What is going on, ladies and gentlemen? Tuning in. Welcome to the City of Impact, episode 6. I'm going to try to wait a little bit for people to get in here. We got United Network, Yeet, TLK, Shendon watching. Everybody joining in little by little. We're going to wait for some more of you to get in here while we share this show. Definitely share this show on social media everywhere you can because we're about to have one of the most in-depth conversations that have ever taken place in JTV and all the conversation worldwide in wrestling, outside of wrestling. Today, this conversation, there's no telling where it may go. And if you're wondering, Keith Ocean is in the building. Keith Ocean is in the building here tonight. We had a brief conversation before the show. And let's just say that that man has a lot of interesting things to say on tonight's episode of the City of Impact. And we are anticipating John Skinner momentarily. Uh, that trash ass bastard is somewhere in the backstage area getting a hot dog. And, it is what it is. I don't need any more BKS filth, but, Keith Ocean is BKS. Or is he? We're going to find out a lot of interesting answers here today. Uh, at this point in time, um, you all know your boy, the box office hit, global phenomenon, Kevin Impact. Welcome to the city. My guests tonight are Keith Ocean, John Skinner. Keith Ocean, former JTV submission champion. Um, Interesting things I want to talk about him and that title. Um, Former, or is he? Maybe he is, maybe he isn't. He's been involved with BKS in the past. You know what I mean? Um, he's done a lot of things. There's a lot of you here in this specific community that know him very, very well. Same as John Skinner. John Skinner just came back some shows ago, shocked the world, and returned to BKS, which I'm sure a lot of people were really shocked about that, and decided to go after the All Star kid, Corey Flash. I think that was very smart of him to do that. But before we get into anything, let's try to get everything ready to go. So I want to go ahead and introduce at this time one of our very first guests in the building, Ocean Breeze himself, Keith Ocean, is here with us. Keith
What's
Ocean,
up?
welcome
What's
to the
up?
show.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for having me. It's nice to be here, man. It's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day.
Well, it's good to have you. It's always a pleasure to chat. A lot of people have been looking forward to this conversation. A lot
Of course, it's always a pleasure. I mean,
of-
I'm a, I'm a, I'm a pleasurable man. You know what I mean? That's what I do. But I'm glad that everybody wants to be here and hear me speak. It's been a minute. I missed the JTV universe. I know they miss me too. Um, So I think, like I said, I appreciate it, Kevin, for you having me. It's nice to have my voice heard here tonight, and I'm excited for the things we'll get into, the conversations we'll indulge in, and the fond memories we'll make. You know.
I'm not really sure how to respond to what the hell you just said, but it sounded nice. It sounded eloquent. It sounded classy. Now, with that bullshit thrown out the window, Keith Ocean is in the building. Y'all know him. I'll do what I can to watch my mouth on here because I know some of you snowflakes are very sensitive. I don't do that shit. This ain't a goddamn PG show. So excuse my French. But
Oh, oh! I don't mean to interrupt, Kevin. I'm sorry.
you know better than to interrupt, but what you gotta say? What is it?
Sometimes certain things just slip my mind. I forgot to
Uh-oh.
mention one thing. I forgot to say this and make this
Uh-oh.
clear. I am not your formal submission champion. Okay, nobody tapped me out. Nobody took that championship from my hands. I mean, you guys saw him throw a vacant title. You didn't see him throw Keith Ocean's submission title. I just want to make it clear. I just want everybody to understand. Okay, and and
Oh
people
man.
people might want to say, "Oh, you did some CM Punk." CM Punk wish he could do what I could do. Okay, and let me say something. And let me make something clear. Okay, people say, "Yo, Keith Ocean, are you still with BKS? Keith Ocean, are you with
Well,
are
what's
you
the
with the
answer?
Skull Brotherhood?"
Are you? It's called Brotherhood.
I thought I could slip that in there. Anyways, I will say this, and this is the only thing I could speak upon.
Mm.
Only time will tell. That's all
Mm.
I could say. That's all I
Only
could say.
time will tell.
Shouts out to Frank Falcone. He's doing all right. I appreciate you guys
Oh
asking.
man.
You
Frank
pieces of shit.
Falcone.
You know, not even worrying about an elderly man. He's doing all right. He's hanging in
Keith
there. You know.
Ocean just gave y'all a time will tell, ladies and gentlemen. Smash the like button if you get what that means. Um, but we're here to have some fun. We're here to wanted to tell y'all real quick some of the things we're going to do here for y'all, free of charge. During this podcast, we're going to be talking about Keith Ocean's career in JTV Wrestling, as well as John Skinner. Um, John Skinner got. I mean, he's here. He's in the building. He just got his underwear stuck somewhere in the bathroom. So we're trying to get some help. He's trying to get some help, and we're also going to be covering and discussing the 2025 Royal Rumble. That was definitely something. I got a lot to say about that show. Keith Ocean told me he has some interesting things to say as well for y'all that he told me about. And we're anticipating the arrival of John Skinner momentarily. So we're gonna have some fun. I have the current WWE roster open in one of the pages here uh, to see what we can talk about. This is our channel. We got as much time as we need, um, and it's so much hype right now with this conversation building into it. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not really sure where to start. But I have results from Bleacher Report, and I'm gonna be using my information on the WWE Rumble from Bleacher Report site recap. Keith Ocean told me he did not watch the Royal Rumble, and he's gonna tell y'all momentarily in a bit why that is if he wants to. I mean, I don't tell that man
I
what to
mean,
do.
I can
But
share right now, if that's okay. While we're waiting on Skinner, I mean, I could
I mean,
spin that little story right now.
this is our show. Do whatever the hell you want. Mike's all
Understood.
yours.
I'll tell you exactly why.
Oh, let's do this. Let's do this. Why did you not watch last night's Royal Rumble, Keith Ocean? Tell us. Why didn't you watch it?
Anyways, I'll let that slide. I'll let that go. You know, it's a beautiful day. Well, the reason why Keith Ocean didn't lay his eyes upon the Royal Rumble yesterday is simple. See, this is what WWE is trying to do, and this is my personal opinion. Everybody's entitled to their own. Mine is, if you sit there and really think about it, what are they doing? They could do so
Uh-oh.
many creative,
Don't cancel
beautiful,
this, man.
different types of things. But you mean to tell me they're giving us the bare minimum and expect us to cheer for it? Come on,
Amen.
they've been doing this for years. What they did is they put us to trash the PG era, right? And made us get used to that shit. That's still a pile of nastiness, distasteful wrestling. Okay, listen, I grew up, I had to suffer. Okay, you guys don't understand. Okay, I had to suffer through a lot of bullshit wrestling and cheer for it. Okay, cheer for David Otunga. Come on, man. Come on, man. But anyways, back to what I'm saying. And what they're doing now is they're just edging us. They're edging us. They're edging us. And we're feeding into it each time. We're like a fucking fish on a hook. each time. They get us hook, line, and sinker.
I
And
agree.
I refuse to fall for it.
I agree.
You know, I
I
refuse to fall.
agree.
And to make me believe that CM Punk is out here beating these big ass CM Punk. CM Punk. Did we see that, man? The way he gets into the ring, the way he moved, the way and the yo, listen, he was only good because the PG era was there.
Mm,
Am I lying?
mm.
He always said what needed to be said that pushed it over the edge. That gave
Right.
it that little foot on coals. That hot. Oh, that's something. It ain't. He ain't something. He's trash. He's garbage. In my personal
Mm.
opinion. And listen, I love people that can talk good promos. It's not that he can talk good promos, bro. He was just at the right place and at the right time. Think about John Cena. He was the biggest name other than him. John Cena was a kiss ass. Of course, they needed a rebel, but we had to settle with fucking CM Punk. Oh, man. Oh, and
Yeah.
the man left us for 7 years. Did we forget that? The man went to the UFC, and when he went to the UFC, he had professional wrestling written on his back. Okay, everybody that watched that fight knew that CM Punk was a professional wrestler. He went out there and got his ass beat. He done sent us back. Did he not? He done sent professional wrestling back, getting his ass beat. Anyways, let's not get into CM Punk. Let's not get into that. Because if he would have won the Royal Rumble, I tell you what. If he would have won the Royal Rumble, I promise you, you wouldn't hear from Keith Ocean again. I'm
Mm.
going, I'm going into hiding. I'm embarrassed. I'm ashamed. I'm ashamed. I'm ashamed because you can't convince me that man is the best in the world. Anyways, I'm glad Jey Uso won the Royal Rumble. You know, I saw like little clips in this, but I couldn't watch it, guys.
Man, hold on. Let me cut your little goofy ass right there. Uh,
I'm telling spoilers. Sorry,
I'm a
my bad.
well. I mean, we're going to get to that. You know that we're going to get to that. We're going to get back to Jay Uso and all that.
I was
Um,
caught up. I was caught
but
up. I'm sorry.
but I see the All Star kid Corey Flash talking some shit to you in that comment area, and I want to give you the opportunity to reply to him if you want. Would you
Okay.
like to say anything to the All Star kid?
Is he saying? What is he saying? I can't see the chat.
Well, it looks like he took a disliking to. I don't know if it was you um, trashing Punk or maybe he's just coming at you. But he says you're
Um,
trash, and then scrolling that he says, "Oh no, he's taking shots at Punk." He said he left just like you, and he said you left and betrayed. He said, and I quote, "You left and betrayed JTV," and then he said, "You should be ashamed of
yo,
yourself."
yo. You know what? Yo, shout out to Corey Flash because he's telling the truth. Because what am I saying? I'm sitting here talking all this shit, saying that CM Punk left, and I did too. You know what, Corey? You're right. You're right. And I can see why. I can see exactly why you're right. And I'll tell you why you're right. Because yes, I did leave. I did leave. But however, the difference between me and CM Punk, right? I didn't leave to go do something else. I didn't leave and go to a different company. I just left. Now, yes, let alone that just leaving, that's not okay. And then there was a certain point in time where I was even against that. I mean, the people that were in the parties at the time I was in the parties, I mean, I'm pretty sure they heard me going off about that and off of other wrestlers doing that. And I do agree, leaving and abandoning ship is a terrible thing to do. And there's nothing else to that. And that's exactly what I did. And I will own up to that. Respectfully, I will own up to that because at the end of the day, I love and appreciate JTV. And for any man to say I left, a piece of shit for leaving, they're justified because I took and made that choice. That's all. That's all is to be said about that. I made that choice, and I have to live with that, and I will live with the consequences. No matter why I left, no matter what it pertained to me for leaving, I still did. And I will own up to that. But I will say this though, Corey, you're a piece of shit. Let me tell you something, Corey. Didn't you get your ass beat by John Skinner, bro? Back to back. Like, come on, Corey. And you lost to Trey
Oh
Teeter, bro.
man.
You made that
Oh
man
no.
world champion. You made that man world champion. Get
Oh
out of
no.
here. That's the people you put over, you bastard. Come
Oh
on.
no.
Come on, Corey. Come
Oh
on, Corey. Sheesh. That
no,
is
no.
ridiculous. That is ridiculous.
Well, we did say this was going to be an unexpected show, folks. So
Yo, and I want to get it in with Shendon too. Yo, I want to talk about.
sure.
I want to talk about. I want to speak about me and his relationship. Not personally. I would say Keith
I
Ocean and
mean,
Shendon's relationship. You know what I
yeah,
mean?
yeah.
Um, I say this right. I had to always go after Shendon. I will say this because it's a big thing. It's a big thing because in real life, I don't know if you guys, if a lot of you guys know, and I will say this: I'm 6'8". I'm a very I'm a giant, you know, a
That's
fake
kayfabe.
giant.
That's outside of kayfabe. But yeah,
Yeah, yeah, and I chose not to make my character that big, right?
right.
Because I feel like dominance. I can't really. There's not a lot of gray area I can mess with dominance. You know, you have to be firm. You can't be a little sarcastic. You know, with Keith Ocean, he's slick, he's sly, he's a little sly. You know, you could say slick things, do slick things, make it. You can make a lot of. You could work with gray area with that. You know, so I didn't want to be as tall as that, but I said I'd go after Shen because there's just that he always gave off that he was better, but I knew
Okay.
I was
So
better.
hold up. So so when you was coming in to the
Mhm.
promotion, that
Yeah.
was part of the mindset. You brought yourself down physically because you was trying to compete against Shen.
No, no, no.
Okay.
See.
Okay. All right. You take the mic back. I want to make sure I
Yo,
listen because
yo, yo,
that's what
yo.
it sounds
That's
like.
a crazy story to spin, but that was beautiful. That
Okay.
was beautiful.
I'm just
I'll
making
give you
sure.
that.
I'm just
That
making
was
sure.
beautiful. So what I'm trying to say is, and thank you for clearing that up,
Yeah.
is no matter if there was Shendon or not, I went after Shendon when I didn't go after Shendon. I was talking to him the way I was talking to him, and making I was making our rivalry established in a certain way because he thought he was at the time in JTV. It's not that he thought he was the bigger dog. He was the big, and I'm used to being the big guy. You know what I mean? So when he flaunted that around, that's when I had to do what Keith Ocean does. Do what Keith Ocean does. And then a lot of people were going after Shendon too because of the streak. And I didn't want to just go after him for the streak, so I had to find different ways. But I'll
Right.
say, and this is me to also speaking to Shendon when I say this, you know,
Mm.
so he has an understanding. Listen, I take this very seriously. I don't think this is in any form of joke or anything like that. I feel like when we're in character, we're in character. You know, when we're doing JTV, I'm Keith Ocean, you're Shendon. I'm Keith Ocean, you're John Skinner, Mark Bannon. You know, so I got to attack it character wise as if we were real professional wrestlers in the ring, and that's how I looked at each, and that's why I attacked each character differently. I would want to explain that too.
Right.
You know what I mean? It was nothing against them. It was just I have to go
But
about based off your character.
you looked at that guy as a challenge. That was something that you said, I need to I need to get a piece of that action. You know, if it's he can't get ahead of he's not someone that can get ahead of me. You know, this is my JTV. I'm not gonna let him or nobody else get ahead of me. I'm gonna, you know what I mean? If he thinks he's gonna get ahead of me, I'm gonna go faster, almost. You know what I mean? In this race, it's
I
a
could
race.
break it. I could break it off better like this. Break it down
Yeah.
a little bit better like this. Let me say this: there's two types of fighters, right? in any type of fight, there's two types of fighters. One who plays catch up and one who overtakes. Right? That's the two types of fighters. And in that instance, a lot when you're going up against Shendon, you're playing catch up and he's playing overtake. Does that make sense? And,
Yeah.
and so a lot of situations in life, I wasn't. A lot of how can I say this? So I understood that mentality. So I understood what my character had to do, though. He had to play catch up. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean,
So,
especially with the way you started in JTV 19, and I really want to talk about that time period. But yeah, I'm starting to see. I'm starting to put it together little by little.
And JTV 19, we could get into that. Those promos helped
Oh,
out
we
so
are.
much.
We damn sure are.
With those promos helped out so much, and I don't give a damn what anybody says. Okay, the only reason why anybody listen, my growth is a little stunted from carrying that shit. I carried the freak out of JTV 19, and let me say why. Let me clarify why I did. I brought something called passion, true essence of passion to JTV. From the start, the JTV 19, from the start to when I stopped. Straight passion. I wanted the business. Okay? I wanted the business. And whether that was verbally, whether that was in the ring, whether that was anything else, on commentary, all the things I did, I was on business. Number one job, entertain. Number one job, entertain. But I want to go back to that catching up. I understood in 19 I had to catch up. I understood. I saw something in the locker room, and which I hope it's there now. But I saw something in the locker room. There wasn't a lot of activity. There wasn't a lot of pushing. There wasn't a lot of let me kick this door down, or let me go through this door. Let me go through this avenue. It was a lot of let me just play the game. Let me just go with the wave. Let me just okay, he's gonna do that. Okay, let me do something like that. Oh, he's doing let me go do something like that. Oh, he's got that. Let me figure out a way to go. It was never like, oh, he's going down that path. Let me go down a different one. Let me see. Let me attack it differently. Let me see it differently.
So you're insinuating that in JTV in the back, you mentioned the word politics before we went live. You're saying that there were people that was playing the copycat game instead of coming up with their own stuff.
Listen,
They were ripping shit off.
in JTV, you're bound to kind of overlap with somebody's persona or somebody's ring ability. You're bound to overlap. But what I'm trying to say is there wasn't a lot of new ideas or different ways to attack and but I'm trying to say is I took advantage of that, and that's what made and then everybody wanted to do promos after that. Everybody was into promo. I was going back and forth with this person, they're going back and forth with that person going back and forth. It started something different.
Right.
And now it's the norm to the point where it was a norm to give out a promo.
Right.
I mean, I can't make this shit up. I can't make it up. And I'm not gonna say listen, I gave it all I got. Listen, when to anybody that was facing Keith Ocean, I gave it all I got. I gave you a piece of my spirit, a piece of my passion, a piece of my attention, of my, and I don't mean that in a disrespectful way. I just mean in general. Like if I was facing you, I was excited. I'm thinking about all the shit to talk about you. You know what I mean?
I'm disappointed that we're not going to have enough time to talk about. It's so much to talk about, and we're just not going to have enough time. I don't think.
Yeah, I feel like I'm going off a little bit.
Oh no, this is great. This is great. You know, I like that you covered that. You know, you never know. You know what I mean? It's like we talked about before we went live. sometimes we're not even really sure about things. But as soon as we pick up the mic, it's like everything is right. You just
Exactly.
green light
Exactly.
is on, and now you're a machine. Because before we went on here, I was actually very nervous, and I told him that, and I wasn't even sure what I was going to say. And as soon as we picked up the mic, look at us, we're just freaking machines. You know what I mean? Just so I watch my mouth on here as much as I can.
Mhm.
It just we're characters, we're turned on. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Absolutely.
I don't know if that came out inappropriate or not, but I mean, if you thought about it inappropriate, that's your business. I'm just saying that we're characters activated that we, you know, what I'm saying the green light is on,
But
and here
I want to get back. I want to get into that. Can we dive into that a little bit?
take the mic and say what you got to say. Go ahead.
Because character is the essence of professional wrestling, is it not? A
Abs-
character,
Absolutely, I agree.
a character, right, is something that is built brick by brick through experience, through seeing, through learning, through all these types of different elements of character, and you can apply that to professional wrestling. Man, I just want to say that is the most beautiful thing about professional wrestling.
I agree.
And really, that's what it ties it to life. That's what ties it to life. That's why we get that connection. Because we can relate in different types of ways through different types of situations. But we can relate. That's why we feel a part of it. That's why we feel like we could do it. That's why we find different avenues to do it, because it inspires us to be better. And listen, our dreams are the only connection we have, other than our relatives, obviously, other connection we have to the world. The, you know what I mean? And that character is that connection. The
Mm,
essence of character is that connection. That's what I got from you saying that, and I felt like I should say that because
okay.
that's the true beauty of professional wrestling. That's really is, and to what we do, because and I know when we do this, a lot of our character is from what we gathered as a kid, just
Absolutely.
more grown up, more molded to what we want it to be.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think that's
And
very well said.
and it's just it's a beautiful thing, bro. It's a beautiful thing. For real, for real. Wrestling is true beauty, bro.
It's
And
art. I think it's the greatest thing in the world. You know,
absolutely.
it's for me. It's like the greatest thing in the world. It's the greatest thing that ever happened to me. Pro wrestling is the reason we're all here now watching the show and listening and talking to each other. I
Mhm.
think that's very powerful. And
Oh, absolutely.
professional wrestling. I'll say this: professional wrestling is something that in the '90s and really always and probably always will has had this tainted stain of people that just kind of hate on it or have an issue with it. Um, you know, who look at it as in dirty or like a low life type of industry. You know, for losers or whatnot. And I argue against that because professional wrestling is not just idiots in trunks and tights beating each other up and having senseless fights, you know, of violence and whatnot. You know, for those that know their shit, pro wrestling is just, if anything, it's a soap opera. It's a soap opera of life. It's a soap opera of combat and battle. Because whether you're into violence or not, guess what? Fighting and violence, whether you like it or not, it's a part of life. It's a part of life because God and the devil go at it every single day. So wrestling is just a part of that. You know what I mean? Pro wrestling is like perfume and cologne. You know what I mean? Within all that, the essence of all that fighting, the essence of combat of war. And think of all the wars that have taken place for eons, generations upon generations. You know, um, I don't want to go too far with this, you know, but like, um, a lot of time is definitely gone by. Pro wrestling has evolved a lot. I'm looking forward to getting into the Royal Rumble. I don't know if I'm going to do it just yet. I don't think I am. I think I would like to talk to you about your career
Mhm.
as we still wait for John Skinner to join the room. And but what I really like and I'm enjoying is there's a lot of people dropping comments in the comment section, and I like that, because now we have questions to go back to answer and whatnot. Okay,
Mhm.
so another question, something else to talk about that I guess we might as well go into it now. What the hell, we have um I'm assuming it's Ray. No, Conscience. Conscience had asked, just out of curiosity, because from the conversation we had before we went live, you had said, and I'll let you cover this on your own, so I'm not putting words in your mouth. But
Understood.
before we went on here, this man had the audacity to tell me that he hates to watch. And for anybody that does not understand and put thought into thought, you know, somebody that just doesn't think would assume that he just hates JTV and something bothers him. There's some issue or some kind of something. Um, and that's not what it is. What it is that and like I said, I don't want to do it for you, so I'll give you the opportunity to do it. But uh,
Absolutely.
I'm
Um.
I'm building towards a question with that, so I'll let you address that, what you
Uh-huh.
meant by that, and then I'll ask you another question that goes with that.
Gotcha. Well, what I meant by that is, so JTV, and this is one of the interesting things about it that kind of brings you to have more emotion to it is, um you go into the parties for every show,
Mhm.
and when you go into the party for every show, that's the guys that are doing it with you, that are on the video with you, and their opinion are important to you. It doesn't matter what anybody says. Every every character's opinion, right? Every person that's in the party, and that's a part of JTV, their opinion matters because they're doing what you're doing. So how the fuck are you not going to care about their opinion if they're doing the same thing you're doing? If
Right,
that makes sense, right?
right.
So when you hear and everybody get excited, it makes you excited, right? It makes you pumped up, it makes you involved in it, and now you want to see their shit, and now you want them to see your shit, right? Right, and then you get
Mm.
pumped off of that. So imagine going to the party, right, and you're not one of them guys no more. And imagine just seeing that and seeing what you were part of, and then just blossom to something beautiful. Of course, it's supposed to blossom to something beautiful. But it makes you start to think. It makes you start to be back into it. Oh, what if I could be a part of it? Oh, or what if I could smooth into this? Or, oh man, Keto would be good here. Oh, we could put, yeah, it brings those
Mhm.
ideals back. It brings the passion back, you know?
Mm.
But I don't want to bring it back and then remember why I left. Does that make
Right,
sense?
right.
I want to wait for the right time to bring it back. You know what I mean?
All right.
And,
All right,
and
we're being subliminal again, just like at the start of the program. I like that. I think you can end it on that, and let
uh-huh.
me just flip it to this. Not end it. You could pause it as we continue. You could pause
Hmm.
it, pause that. We'll go back to that. But Conscience is asking about your thoughts on JTV working with MPW, and my question to that is,
You got to give me more information. You can't do that to me.
okay,
You,
yeah, I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure. And this is what I'm
can I
doing. Like,
clarify this
I was.
real quick?
Hold on, hold on. I wasn't sure where you was at in terms of keeping up
Yeah, that's what
with
I
what's
was just
going
going to
on.
touch on.
You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
if you're not up to date with that, um, breaking news to you
Uh,
that me and Ray was able to make peace.
Understood.
And I'm more than happy to air this on here because it's real and you know it's always the right thing to do when somebody wants to try it. Okay,
Hmm.
outside of wrestling storylines, uh, you know, Ray reached out to me as a man many times. You know, those that know, uh, you knew about some of the politics that played out a few years ago in the JTV locker room and all over.
Hmm.
You know, there's been a lot of people, a lot of ungrateful and really low life people that have been here that have really driven this promotion through the mud when I've given them so much, and they will always be credited for all the work that they put into what they've done in their wrestling careers. But the
Hmm.
thing about it is that it went beyond, their ego and selfish greed went beyond gaming, professional wrestling, and even friendship. And that's just not the type of tea that I drink.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? So Ray had been frustrated for a while. He had, individuals who had promised him the world, had promised him, hey, you come over here, you stop messing around with them, you stop messing around with him, and we're gonna give you whatever you want, whatever the case is. And he was manipulated many, many times. Um, he I knew that. Shendon knew that. We tried at least 2 or 3 times to convey the message, let it be known that if this is the route you're going to take, the the egos that are waiting for you at the end of this road, it's not going to be fulfilling. And man, that's just such what a sad thing, right? To take an alternative route because you think things are going to be better, but then it just turns out that it's just one of the worst decisions you made in your life. And then you miss out on time with friends and you miss out valuable time, and Ray is somebody that, going off script, I did care about that guy for many years. I got to know him in 2016 and I fell in love with him as a friend. Just he seemed like a pretty cool cat for a while. The relationship became different. He had things he was trying to accomplish in CAW. I understand all that, but I've been in this industry for many, many years, going back to the CC days that I don't even have to get into. And I had people always all around me that were more successful than I was in shows and production and I never really sat there and said, hey, I'm jealous of anybody. I just said, hey, I gotta just do better. Shendon gets a bad rap for a lot of different things. You mentioned him earlier, but the thing is, that fucking dude trains his ass off and he does the necessary requirements to be in good shape. And I'm not saying he's the only one that does it, but he's just somebody that really takes it to the heart, no matter what his ego size is or not. And I think everybody has egos, and you have to have ego to really make it in this business. So he's somebody that he does what he needs to do to be ready for war. You know what I mean? So I think Ray was trying to do. He was frustrated. He wants to be one of the best, and I can tell you, Ray is one of the best. And when it comes to CAW, if there's anybody out there that's my competition, I've always said it was Ray. You know what I mean? I haven't seen anyone in CAW that I feel is competition to me. And even if they were, I just feel like um, I'm not looking for that really. Like the competition that I'm facing is the one in the mirror. Okay, JTV 19 was good. Next gen is going to be better. Oh, what's going to compete against that? Mega Rush. You know what I mean? Like that's how I've been thinking and just having fun with everybody. But long story short, uh, Ray reached out many, many times. It was no. many times. But I look at it. I'm not someone. I'm not really into people begging me, asking me. You know, I'm not into that. There's people that they like that. They like getting that ass kissed. I'm not a fan. I mean, he reached out to me many times. I took the opportunity to get to know and make amends, which I never had a problem with this person. But there's somebody. I don't know if you may remember him from your JTV 19 days. You may not, but he goes by Devin Kiloa in JTV now. He got back with Ray, and he used to wrestle as Devin Moxley, I think, on JTV 19. He had only had one match with Colin.
Yeah, I don't remember. I don't.
Yeah, he had one match. He only had one match, but both of them had been through some frustrations in CAW. So they knew that the best thing to do was just to get back, because you don't have a lot of healthy places anymore in CAW. I've seen a lot of promotions talk about CAW's dying and stuff like that, and it makes me sad. So my mindset was like, I need to just leave the Kevin Impact statements alone, and at my age, I need to just continue to focus on doing fire shit in CAW and just having fun. I got into this for the same reasons, but as I got to this stage, it just became more obvious that I need to push harder. You know what I mean? So I've been pushing harder for better. The locker room has been healthy. It's been excellent. A lot of talent from left to right coming in, wanting to join. And we are still the heart that's beating for CAW. While so many promotions out there just they either don't know what they're doing, they play favorites, or they just it's just a different system. I mean, some are PvP, some are simulated, so you have different styles of different things that transpire. But anyways, me and Ray made our peace. He made his way back, and yeah, the Skull Brotherhood is definitely in full effect. You know what I mean? So the Skull Brotherhood is definitely back. They came back at Pumpkin Night. It was massive. It was massive. You should definitely check it out.
Understood.
And it was a big deal. Everybody was just kind of in shock. And
Skull Brotherhood confirmed. I mean, that's a
it's confirmed. It's definitely confirmed in the process. In the draft, we got two superstars drafted to JTV.
But I have a quick question. So what Ray are we dealing with? Ray Everything? Ray Everett?
I think it's safe to just put Ray Everything over everything.
Understood.
Okay. But I mean, he gets to be whoever that.
Either. No Lawson, no Brick, no.
He gets to be whoever the hell he wants.
Understood.
You know what I mean? Understood. This is wrestling. This is about having fun. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
I'm gonna hold on to the wheel because some of y'all sometimes drive into the ocean and drown, and I don't want that. But I'm definitely I'm creative. I'm working with you to be creative. If you see what I did there.
Yeah.
So
that's as you should, though. As you should. It's
as I should. I agree.
I
agree. I agree with that. Yes, I do agree. So his promotion currently is MPW. I know there's been a few changes, but I think we finally convinced him to just stick to MPW. MPW has been my favorite version of his product since back in the day. Always been a big fan of the graphics and the music. I love his characters and I like how he books. He books interesting matches and different characters, and I like how his characters look, PG Punk and all them, KG Punk, excuse me. And so they got a good thing going. But I didn't know how close him and the other guy was, Devin Kiloa. And they came over because they wanted to just be free from the tyranny, and you know what I mean, take the habit of fuck you want, but they wanted to be free from the tyranny, and like goddamn, so now they're breathing healthy again, and
Hmm.
when I realized that is what interests me and want to talk to them, if that makes sense. So I'm like, okay, so once I got to talk to Devin a little bit more, we hit it off. I didn't realize how cool this guy was. I mean, I knew how talented he was, but I didn't know how cool he was. And we just got along. We
Hmm.
got along, and I didn't, and I got to see for myself that he had a relationship kind of like how you do with Skinner. So that melted my heart, and it was just like the more I got to talk to him, the more I realized that this wasn't some sort of setup. You know what I mean? This was really just frustration, and that he supported Ray for so long, and they've been trying to take MPW, to new heights. Excellent work with it. You know what I mean? Um, so we started talking, and little by little, we started doing business. I've been over there. I decided to sign with MPW for the first time ever because I wanted to go there and help the product, however I can without getting in the way. It's definitely not my interest to exploit MPW and to make it my own. I'm an MPW to assist. I'm an MPW to listen, to help, to advise. So we've been having fun ever since 2K24. We've been having a blast because like you're getting to meet a lot of people. You're getting to, I mean, I'm not going to put everything out there on here, but we're just doing a lot of cool shit, and it's the environment is clean again. It's fun. You see a lot more love. You see a lot more support. You see a lot more. I mean, some support here and there. Could be better, but you see, it's just it's not politics in terms of hatred. It's not politics in terms of jealousy. It's just
Hmm.
talent, factions, wrestling, controversy. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
So you've been
The
missing
way it's
out.
supposed to be. The way it's
Yeah.
supposed to
So
operate.
so if you have not been tuning in, you've been missing out. You got Direct Deposit. You got the Seal family. Skull Brotherhood is back. BKS is attempting
Yo,
to take
chill
over.
out. Direct deposit. That shit dangerous.
Yeah,
That's some
Johnny
dangerous
Johnny
shit.
Franchise and Russ Walker.
Oh man, he pulled himself out of obscurity. He
A
stopped
little
trying to
bit.
kill himself.
A little bit. You got to watch the show. Yeah.
Understood. Listen,
Yeah.
listen to
Oh
to
yeah.
to all the people, and I want you to quote me on this because we will be at some point again
Oh, hold on.
on JTV Universe. So I want you to quote this on me. I will go back and watch JTV. And MP, I'll check it out. If it intertwines with JTV, then I'll check it out. But I just want to let y'all know that I will get my facts straight and caught up on that. And
Well, when you do, you're
it's
gonna
gonna
need
be
some
tough.
snacks. You're gonna need some snacks because that the type of pressure you're going into with what you're gonna turn into, it's gonna be crazy when you see what's been going on. But yeah, you can't really answer. I mean, you could probably give an answer to Conscience question. And sorry we
Mhm.
took you around the world, Conscience, but we I had to explain to him what was happening. So MPW's race show, and we're currently working together for the better part of CAW and the better part of each other.
Mhm.
He just wanted to know what you thought about that. That's all.
Well, I'll say Ray. I fought Ray at episode 9. My first defense to submission champion, and a Hell in a Cell too. Two out of
We're
two out
gonna
of
talk
three
about
fought.
that. That's on my list.
Uh,
Yes, sir.
Rage in the Cage, I should say. Um, yeah, fought him a Rage in the Cage. Um, I say Ray's a very interesting specimen. Um, let's say I I don't like the guy. He complains a little too much for me. The squeaky voice. It gets to me. But however, I will always respect Ray because we understand something. We both have the same understanding that professional wrestling is a beautiful thing, and I could tell that from Ray talking to Ray. He might have his own personality, but I could see that he's very passionate, and the fact that he has MPW just it proves my point even more. So I'll
Right.
say, as long as it's down the right path and the path it needs to go down to help his product and help JTV, I can't say nothing towards it. Kudos to him.
this is all about working together, having fun. You know what I mean? And
Absolutely,
speaking of
absolutely.
having fun, we have our other special guest in the house. John Skinner has joined
Oh
us.
shit!
The
Welcome
game
to the
changer
party.
has arrived in this chat here today.
You sound like Bane right now.
I
Sure.
can smell it. Ah,
Well,
what's
Man,
up,
the
Ken?
the man that JTV forgot. Man.
Don't
ah,
you ever say that to me again. You don't know what you're talking about. You haven't been here. You haven't been
Listen,
here to see me in action, all right? You ain't
listen,
nothing. You're a
listen,
oh,
traitor.
he
You
flaming
understand
him.
me? You're a
listen.
traitor.
Let me tell you something,
Oh,
okay? When I was there, didn't your first title match ever in JTV was against me, and who won? I don't even want to talk about it. So you better hope I don't come back. Because
oh.
if I come back, you know what that means?
Mm.
Do you know what that means?
Please enlighten me.
That Keith Ocean outshines John Skinner. And then me saying that you're the man that JTV forgot, it won't be a joke anymore. It'll be
What
a
did you
sad
find it at
reality.
the back of your
And it,
cereal box? Come on
Mm.
now.
yo,
Mm.
yo, you're a dangerous man, Skinner. That's all I can say. It's nice to hear from you. It's nice
You
to
damn right I'm
speak
a
with you.
dangerous man.
You know what I
I'm a
mean?
part of the greatest faction of all time.
Oh, here
Mm.
you go. Here you
Greatest
go.
faction of all time, BKS.
Oh, that's interesting. You say that. That's interesting. I'm gonna let you. I'm gonna quote you on that. Don't you forget. I'm gonna quote you on that statement. Um.
Oh,
Oh, real quick. I want to clear up something. Real quick. Another thing. I know, Skinner, you just got in here, but you took too long, so you can wait to talk. You'll be fine. Um. I want to bring up something about something interesting that happened at Ultimate Showdown that a lot of people may be wondering about.
which Ultimate
It,
Showdown?
the one that Keith Ocean was in and won. Um, I want to talk about the relationship between me and the Funk Man. I want to say that you could say that Funk Man is my little bird. Okay, let's just say that. Let's
Little
just say
Bird.
that. I want to clear that up to y'all. I want to clear that up to you because I don't want you guys to forget. I always want you to stay a part of the game. But
Of
yeah.
course, all the convincing you tried to do before you took your ball and you went home, you know,
Hey,
try to
hey,
try to convince him. I mean, you convinced him. He put
yeah,
it.
to try is to fail. I didn't try. I succeeded. I succeeded.
You sure
But
did.
Funk Man knew, he understood his position. He understood that Ray Geddes didn't give a damn about him. That you can't fall in love with your heroes. I had to show him. And then I kicked this hero's ass, and then he did it. He did it right in front. That's what we talked about before the show, though. That's what we talked about. I said, Funk Man, if I beat Ray Geddes' ass, I want you to come out here and beat his ass with me. And what did Funk Man Funky Carter do? He went out there. He grabbed a chair in front of the JTV universe and beat the shit out of Ray Geddes. Outside, inside, all over. So I just want to clarify that. I don't want anybody to be confused or
Well, how about
misconstrued.
you beat up an old man? Kudos to you.
First of all, I beat up his grandmother. So you think I give a damn? You
And,
think that
and
applies to me?
and second
You
of all, you run around with BKS, but you gonna judge him for jumping Ray
exactly.
Geddes?
Exactly.
What's wrong with you,
Sorry,
Exactly.
when
man?
I do the jumping, I do it to somebody's face. Okay?
All right, well, we're gonna have some fun. We got questions to answer. I'm gonna try to answer all the questions y'all ask slowly going up the chat, but I got questions of my own, and I also wanted to talk. We also gonna be talking about the Royal Rumble a little bit. All right, Skinner. All right,
Yep.
so let's see if we can get some of my questions answered and talk about some of the things that I got.
Ask away.
All right, so um, I can't find my damn questions. Oh, I got
Yeah.
it. I think. No, I don't. All right, so let's talk about the Royal Rumble then. And by the way, everybody checking out the show, smash the like button. I see you guys going in and out. Smash that like button and show love to both of these guys. This is my show, but I make it about my guests. So I got John Skinner and Keith Ocean in the house. This conversation can go a million ways. That's what's interesting about it. Me and Keith Ocean was anticipating getting ready for this because anything can fly out at any time, as we've seen already here tonight. Um, but I mean, we were talking about JTV 19 a little bit. Uh, JTV just 19 just turned 4 years old, so she's still a baby.
For your
Um,
anniversary.
she just had her anniversary, and 4 years of JTV 19. Both of you guys have wreaked havoc on JTV 19. Man, y'all have taken that show to
I think
places that I couldn't dream of.
I think that wreak havoc is an understatement. I think that and I don't think we'll get the credit now, but however, I will say I think we started a change. I think we adjusted it just a little bit, adjusted your TV screens
Not a
just
lot.
a tiny bit. You know, I think we did it a lot, but it won't be it won't be presented that way. But I think we added a little different element to it. And I
Right.
think our friendship, our relationship had a lot to do with it. You know, our connection, that the mischievousness, the coming out of nowhere, and the fact that JTV 19 was just starting too, because I debuted episode 2. You know,
But what I like about JTV 19 is like that shit was like high school Saved by the Bell for y'all. You know,
yeah,
because y'all was like students coming up type shit.
yeah,
So
yeah, absolutely,
that's why it was fun to see y'all, because I saw a promo from you not too long ago where your hair wasn't even long.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying? You was out there looking like Jimmy Neutrox and shit, and one of your debut promos. And then I saw Skinner. Skinner had short hair in one of his. I was like, oh, and y'all was little boys, man.
yeah,
So that made me
yeah,
smile when I saw that, and it's good memories like that that I think about. This is the type of shit that I keep in mind. You know what I mean? I don't keep
absolutely,
hatred on my mind and shit like that. I keep shit like that. That's what I'm usually thinking about and laughing my ass off and having fun. You know what I mean? So, and it's how it should be in wrestling. You know what I mean? So,
Eh,
look, Conscience just called y'all college dropouts. I'm about to start screaming. That man, he is
Mm,
diabolical right there for that.
I feel
Um,
the disrespect.
but I found my
no,
questions. I was gonna talk. Oh no, you got something to say? Go ahead, Ocean.
let me say this, right? There is there is a lot of things, right? There's a lot of systems in life. Let me say this. There's a lot of systems in life, and there's a lot of people that are good at following those systems and evolving, but there's a lot of people that are better off not being a part of the system and evolving. Let me I I hope that makes sense, right? Because you said the college dropout, so I want to go deeper into that and say that, a lot of it, just because they're not a part of it doesn't mean they're not a part of it. That makes sense. Anyways, I'm a segue it to I want to go back and talk about JTV 19, and I want to talk about Skinner. I'm talking to you right now. I want to talk about the match that we had, that for the submission title, and I want to talk about. Do you feel like that match
Hold on,
changed?
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on.
Yeah.
That match is on my list. We ain't gonna talk
Oh.
about that just yet.
Oh. Okay.
So
Okay. I was
instead,
looking for a segue.
let me just go ahead and work my way through the matches then before you get to that.
Okay.
and then we
All
we
right.
go back to that, so you could talk about your match with him,
Understood.
because that was very important for JTV 19. But we're gonna go
Mhm.
back to that. Let me shoot back in time though. Let me give you a date.
Okay.
We're in February of this year. Let me
Uh-huh.
take you back to February of 2021.
Mm-hmm.
February 14th to be exact, 2021, Valentine's Day.
Mm-hmm.
That's the day when JTV met its lover. Keith Ocean is born in JTV on that day.
Mm-hmm.
I was on commentary, I think, with Professor Clump, and I could remember you coming out and you had this generic song. You had an interesting look, and I'm thinking, um, he looks good. Is he going to stick around, and what is he going to make of himself? You went one on one against Tommy Hawkins, and he teared your ass up like a piranha in your debut match. I mean, he let you have it. He gave it to you. He brought it right to your front door.
Mm-hmm.
And we didn't know that we had a star on our hands. And yeah, I'm calling your funky ass a star because that's what
That's
you
what I
are.
am. Absolutely.
You know,
Absolutely.
that is what you are, and I am in agreement with you because it's the truth. Not because I'm kissing your ass live. The truth is the truth. Keith Ocean is a star in CW. And Keith Ocean is a star that should shine once again. You
Mm-hmm.
know what I mean? But you took on Tommy Hawkins in your debut, February 14th.
Mm-hmm.
What is your take on Tommy Hawkins as a talent in the ring? You working with him, and maybe do you remember something about that match with him?
Oh, absolutely. This is what I remember about the match is that I knew nothing walking in, and this is real shit. I knew nothing walking in, and I'll say that because I didn't. What I didn't understand is it is not to win. It is not. It's not wanting to win. That's what gets you over. It's it's wanting to put on a show that puts you over. Does that make sense?
Hmm.
And throughout my matches, and especially with Tommy Hawkins, it showed that because I wanted to win and I lost. Does that make sense? And
Okay.
I know we're not talking about the other matches, so I won't go into that.
Not yet.
But
Yeah.
what I'm trying to get at is that when I fought Tommy Hawkins, it was like I was going in it and like, oh, I'm gonna beat him. I'm gonna break him. I'm gonna figure out a way to be sly, slick, this, and that. But what I saw was there's a different way that, and it's funny how it works. A lot of JTV talent is like this. There's a different way you wrestle from wrestling online and other people when you're wrestling in JTV. I don't know. It's just different. And 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 he taught me that difference. I ain't gonna lie. I believe he beat me with a signature. I'm gonna be dead ass. I won't lie to you. I'm pretty sure he did some net breaker type shit. Some shit. He hit me with something. But what I'm trying to get at is he taught me the lesson of okay, I
He
was
put,
naive.
he
I
had
was
pinned you, so he dropped you.
yeah, he
Yeah.
did. He definitely dropped me. He taught me the lesson of okay, I'm
First night
naive.
in.
I'm naive, and I'm this far back. But am I going to give up? Am I going to stop? Am I going to be denied? Is Keith Ocean going to be denied just because he didn't beat Tommy Hawkins? Can he not fit no more? Can he not be great no more? Can he not be the best no more? No. I'm gonna find a way. I will not be denied, and that's the mentality that Keith Ocean had, and he gained from Tommy Hawkins in that match, and that's a true story. I'm not fabricating anything. This is what I was thinking. This is what my character was going through, um, mentally, and
Right.
that really helped me out.
Right.
And he's
Okay.
talented. I
Uh,
forgot to
oh,
touch on that. My bad.
yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead.
He's a solid character. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's a solid, like he's a solid team. You know what I mean? Like the Steelers. The Steelers are a solid team. You know what I mean? He's one of them. He's one of the components of JTV. One of the pillars that's holding a floor. If that makes sense. He's he's definitely a strong, talented guy and a great guy to start off with.
So
And
you would say you said he's talented. Did you enjoy working with him in the ring?
oh, absolutely, I did. For the
Okay.
short amount of time I did.
Yeah.
Um,
Wasn't too much.
um, it wasn't too much. It was something. It was a sweet short letter,
Right.
nice little love
I like
letter.
that. I like that.
Um,
Hold on. I like that. This
mhm.
man, the cherry on the cake to the Tommy Hawkins Keith Ocean match, um, is that it's a love letter. And and for those that are, it's episode 2 of JTV 19. So he's been around for the whole thing. He's been around for the whole JTV 19. He debuted on the second episode of JTV 19. For those that want to watch the match, that's why I'm saying it. It's a great match, and Keith Ocean is referring to that match as a love letter match. Love it.
Mhm.
Go ahead.
Absolutely, absolutely.
That's brilliant. That's dope. If you ain't got nothing else, I got another one.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm ready.
Um, is is John Skinner still here?
I am here.
All right. Well, this question is for you.
Go
um, you um you had your debut little after that. You came in for episode 3, Skinner.
ahead.
That's
You really want to talk
February
about that
27th.
match?
February 27th, you came in and you made a massive impact, by winning your match, your debut match. Um, that's episode 3.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm wondering right from you, I know Ocean was kind of the driving force for you to come into JTV. I know that y'all was taking a chance and whatnot, and Ocean can join you in this question, by the way, because it's really for both of you. But
Mm-hmm.
when y'all was thinking, and it's going to be for Ocean first because it was him first, and then you came along. When y'all was
Uh,
thinking of joining this promotion, what was going through your mind, and how did you convince yourself to do it? And then as you debuted, what were you thinking? How did you see things turning out? There you go. Ocean first, and then you.
Well, what I was thinking before I joined. Well, how I came about it was I got in an online match, Colin Klein, right, and he wasn't talking at first, but I I don't know. I like commentary during a match. I like to talk. A match is a conversation. What you're seeing can be explained. You know what I mean? So the fact that it can be explained, I like to kind of like, go about, manipulate it a little bit, talk about it, get him excited. Maybe he don't got a mic, but we can still enjoy the match. And the match was beautiful. I mean, it was back and forth. It was everything, big spots, everything, without even communicating. I was just talking about the match. I wasn't talking to him about what we're gonna do. We were just sitting there fighting pound for pound. Towards the end, he started talking to me. This, and that. He was telling me. I was trying to get him to join what me and Skinner was in. OCW. I know you remember that, Skinner. OCW, man. Shouts
of
out to
course I
you.
remember that. That's where it all began for us.
I was trying to get him to come in there because Colin was. I mean, that shit was a 5-star, 6-star match, man. And then he was telling me about JTV, and he was like, just hit
Colin
Jay
Klein.
Kid. Yeah, Colin
Co-
Klein.
He wants you, by the way. He wants you to call him washed up again for old time's sakes.
He definitely is washed up, man. I took his spot.
Oh,
Okay. It's
well, there you
okay.
go, Colin.
It's okay. I I I I beat the master though. You can't lie. I beat the sensei,
Mm,
right? Think about
mm.
it. He brought me in, and then I became submission champion. That's crazy. I mean,
Well,
you put
well,
two and two together. That's you know.
you beat a lot of people, including me. We're getting to all those
Absolutely,
matches, but I'm listening to you right now.
absolutely. And but Colin Klein, he got me into the conversation. You know, I hit
Mm,
you up. 6 months
yeah.
later, you hit me back up. I hit you up 6 months later. You hit me back up like you don't even know who the hell I am, and you know what I mean. It was a lot of waiting, but I did tell Skinner, and Skinner is attest to this. I told Skinner, I was like, "Yo, Skinner, we're gonna get in here, bro. Give me some time. I'll get you in here." As soon as I got in here, that's what I told him. I said, "Yo, just wait a little bit. Let me throw your name in here and there." But this is something we could really do, and I knew it was something we could do because the videos you were sending me, the videos you sent me showed that there was passion involved into it. I don't care what anybody says. Any passionate person can see passion from whatever, from an art painting, from anything. A person that can see true passion through anything, and that's what I saw through JTV. I saw the passion. I saw the passion I had for professional wrestling. I saw it in display, and I was like, we got to be a part of this. Like these motherfuckers sitting here editing all this type of shit, and it's just it gives you a feel that you want, the feel that you get when you want to watch professional wrestling. You get that, and to be a part of that, and both of us, we were searching for that. You know, like I said, we were in another show, and I don't mean to speak for Skinner. I'm just saying we were in
Yeah,
another show, and, and, and we just wanted what JTV had desperately.
yeah.
We wanted, and we put in the work. I mean, we did.
It's a nice thing. It's a nice thing to go somewhere where not only you can enjoy what they do, but also spoil yourself too. It's just
Yeah,
such a good feeling. You know what
yeah,
I mean? It's such a good feeling. It's like escaping to an island because you got problems back at home. But on the island, they got different type of fruits. They got different type of cool shit. You know what I mean? Activities and
absolutely.
everything. So it's
And
just
you
like it's a blessing.
and I use this all the time. I don't know if you know this, Shendon. Let me say this. I use this all the time. I mean, a lot of people, you don't know who you're going to meet on here. Uh, Shendon, goddamn Kuwait. Are you kidding me? I think all that shit is beautiful. It's
Yeah,
beautiful because think about years ago. Never have a conversation with a man from that far, or even a couple years
that's
ago, I
true.
wouldn't be talking to you,
Yeah.
Jay, and you're up there. You know, you're only in New York City. But what I'm trying to say is,
Thank you, sir.
it's a beautiful gift to, to see that there's other people from all over the place in the world that love what you love and have the same passion that
Mm,
you have for the same thing. That
right.
shit is crazy. It proves that you're not crazy.
Amazing.
It proves that you fall in love with something genuine, something that's real, something that really boils the blood, gets you going, makes you believe in something deeper than yourself. I mean, I'm just saying.
Nice.
I'm just going.
Very nice.
You know.
Well, I could hear the warrior in you, and it's good to hear you. You know, that was very well said. Would
Thank
you
you.
care to chime in on that, Skin Man? Senden said it
well,
was well said. The mic's all yours. What do you want to say, Skin
well,
Man?
well, the way I came in it was a little different for me because all Ocean did was send me a link to check out the show. And I was watching. I was like, "Oh shit, this is fire! I got to be a part of this."
Right.
And I waited, I think about like a month or two, and then Ocean sent me your Facebook, and then we started talking.
Right.
That's how it happened to me.
Which I didn't trust none of you bastards, but you know, it makes me laugh and smile because it's like if I didn't talk to y'all 6 months later, like he said, I would have missed out on y'all. And if y'all would have never reached out to me, you would have missed out on this. So it's interesting
Absolutely.
to think about how the universe would have turned out if we wouldn't have met.
This is like fate. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think so. I think so. I feel like when something was meant to be, you feel it. You know what I mean? And I could tell you honestly that, and Ocean told me before we went live, he was like, oh, like he was basically giving me credit saying that, oh, I like how you still keeping up with it with JTV and doing a good job and whatnot, and he doesn't know this, but he's gonna know this now. That means a lot to me because in the time I've been doing this, I don't feel like I get enough credit. And I don't run around too often asking to be given credit or none of that shit. Much like some of the things he said when we was talking off air, I told him that I feel like I'll get my credit when I'm not doing it anymore and I'm not around. That's when I will get my roses, my flowers. And unfortunately, that's just how people are. People just put more effort into celebrating you when you're not around. And I don't know why that is because I like to be with my friends and celebrate while we're still here because life is short. God bless us all. Um, but most people, they're just like that. It's human nature, right? And I really appreciate him saying that to me because I put a lot of years into this and it almost becomes cringe in a way, because it's like so much time has gone by, and
Yeah.
you're still doing this, you're still there, you're still making shows. And it's like we're getting older. So we've understand so much to the point that now what um, Cody and Punk and Cena and all these guys, Seth and Roman, what all of them are doing to hold WWE up right now is what we're doing for JTV and CAW. Like we're holding it up at a time when it needs us. CAW's been
Mhm.
good to us. It's time for us to be good to CAW. And that's the reason why I signed a deal with Ray, not just to bring him back with Devin, but also sign with his promotion and also work with people and listen to what I have to say. People getting pushed, people getting airtime. You got different factions. The shit is crazy right now on JTV. So we're having fun, but we're also protecting and keeping up CAW when because CAW was going vital. It was going through cancer for quite some time.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? And then it was just like I started paying attention to that, and I started going, "You need to do something about this, man." You know what I mean? This is your legacy, and I started getting hyped about that shit. And I started seeing things that I wasn't seeing before. So I'm like, you need to do the right thing the right way because this is important, you know. And I want to say this again. I've said it a million times. The fact that we are the legends, you know what I mean? It's the Shendon thing, the King of Legends thing. The fact that we are the legends of the island going into an island in 2K25 of relevancy. But that's besides the point. The fact that we are the legends of CAW that people are going to look back and remember, y'all got to stop and think about that, okay? All of you, everybody that's a wrestler in call right now that's watching this, and the both of you have to stop for a moment and think about that shit because it hit me about a year or two ago. You're going to be remembered. Everybody here is going to be remembered for what they did. So it doesn't matter what happened. It matters what you do and you're doing and what you did. What history you're going to leave behind. When you walk away from it all, or the chapter, the last page on this book flips, and then reality hits everybody like, oh, no more JTV.
Can I hit you
Wow.
with something better? Can I hit you with something better real quick? It's the
If
feet.
you go if you going to interrupt me, it's got to be better. Go right ahead. It's got to be pressure.
Think about anything you read in history, anything you see in history. What does it leave behind? A moral. What message are you leaving behind? That's what it is. What is your what message is your character leaving behind? what are you trying to bring out to the world? What are you trying to give off to people? What message is that? And I feel like that's what basically what we're doing. You know what I mean?
It's
And
a
I
legacy. We're leaving
exactly
a legacy behind.
exactly.
It's getting kind of creepy now as we get older, because at first it was just like we talked about it, like, yeah, you're leaving the history behind, and but it was just talk. It was just, it's just talk. But now, as the years are going by and we're starting to get bigger and bigger, different things are happening. You start to realize, no, this is really happening. You know what I mean? And you start to see on the wrestling, you start to see on WWE and all that, that everybody they said is the future is now the present. And when you spend enough time thinking about it, like I have, it almost becomes creepy, because it's like, oh shit, like we're not headed towards the future. The future's now. I don't mean to creep you out, but am I lying?
No, that's
The-
exactly what it is.
We're
We're,
we are
we're
we're
forever
living in the future right now.
forward
It's in the
and
present,
forever now and forever moving forward.
you know.
That's
So
what we are.
when that hit me, I was like, whoa. And I started thinking different, you know what I mean? So I want to get
Yeah.
back to y'all matches, but I really wanted to get that out there because it was important. So thank you for saying what you said to me. It means a lot to me. And we need to continue doing the right thing for CAW, because we are the legends that made this what it is. And it's a beautiful thing. Everybody that's listening to this right now, God bless you, and everybody that's here, because look at you. Look at how, if anybody ever said you're worthless, if anybody ever said, oh, you'll never be nothing, you didn't accomplish nothing, look at what you did here. Look at what you did here, bro. You participated in the motion of this CAW thing that exists. And we are the legends of it. The way Pac and Biggie are the legends of rap, Clint Eastwood, Charles Bronson are cinema icons. You got Messi, you got Ronaldo, you know what I mean? FIFA, you got the NFL, John Madden, you got Michael Jordan in basketball. Rest in peace, Kobe Bryant. Bro, we are them in the CAW world. And when that hit me, I was like, oh, and I started thinking, you need to leave the Kevin Impact statements alone. You got nothing to prove to anybody, and you need to just, do the right thing for CAW. Bring Ray back to JTV. Bring the Skull Brotherhood back. Talk to Keith Ocean if he's got the guts to talk to you live. You know what I mean? John Skinner came back on his own. He made that decision. You know what I'm saying? And that happened on a mistake, because we weren't even talking about JTV. I never liked talking to him about JTV, when you guys decided to take the high road, take a break for a bit. And he on his own accord decided, I have interest. You know what I mean? Because I only want people to be part of this illustrious roster if you want to be a part of it. We saw Nick Kine earlier. Big deal in FAM. You mean to tell me that, of course people know about us. You know what I'm saying? People like to act like we're a small fish in a big pond, but the reality is that whether it's FAM or any other promotion out there, people have heard about us. They know who we are. You know what I mean? And some people love us and respect us, and some people hate our guts because they can't do what the fuck we do the way we do it. You know what I mean? But the interesting thing about it is that instead of us being, and I'm not saying FAM is, but instead of us not be, being selfish and wanting everything, we don't do that shit here. We don't do that shit here. People are comfortable. People get to do what they want. They get to be happy, and it's real love. It's not no fake shit. It's not no manipulation or none of this shit. You work with talent. You respect people, because at the end of the day, we're doing a service here. They're doing a service to you, and we're leaving a legacy behind. Period. So I'm gonna leave that there. That was excellent. I'm glad I said it in a good way. I'm glad you said what you said, and I want to continue going back to what we were talking about. Um, Skinner, you got something to add to your debut, having your first match, and what you expected was going to happen going forward in JTV, or what?
Well, I can tell you what I didn't expect: beating him under 5 minutes. I'm not going to say his name because I don't want
Me
to dig
neither.
him.
Me
But
neither. You know,
and what
if
a finisher, no less.
if you want to find out who Skinner's talking about, just watch episode 3 in his debut match. JTV 19. Go ahead, Skinner. Yeah.
Yo,
What I didn't like is after I beat him, he tried to tell you that his system was tripping out, and he wanted to do a whole rematch so
I,
he could
I,
try to beat me.
I bet he did. I bet he did. Yes. But I'm listening to you. Yeah, I
But
mean, you whooped ass in your debut, and it was an impressive way to make a debut.
I'm not
Not
gonna lie, though, I
everybody gets.
was nervous. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I was
yes,
very
yeah.
nervous
it
because it
was
was my first
it
time.
was a great debut because not everybody gets to face Craig Mack, right? Craig Mack, a hell of a
I
superstar.
was
Let's
saying,
talk about
we're
that.
gonna keep it on
Let's
the
talk
down
about how
low.
great a superstar Craig Mack was. Let's speak about the legend you destroyed in 3 minutes. The man got a beautiful legacy, so let's talk
If
about it.
if
Let's
you think,
talk
but I
about his
kind of
attributes.
I
Let's
destroyed him
talk about
twice.
what he's
Okay,
done. Let's talk about what Craig Mack's done. And then did you face him again? You beat a legend 2 times in a
I think
row.
it was episode. I think
Listen, man.
episode
I think Craig
6.
Mack is one of the greatest rappers of all time, man. I like when him and Biggie
Hey,
be doing that shit, man. It's too bad. It's too bad Biggie had to diss him, and then he wanted to go stutter somewhere else. But
Damn. Sitting
um,
here showboating about beating patient zero. That's fucked up. Y'all damn.
man, and then we on here fucking cursing like y'all can't watch y'all fucking mouths and shit. We're fucking cursing on here. We're not supposed to be doing that shit. Goddamn it. And I don't even want to keep. I don't even want to ask you about that no more, Skinner. I'm just gonna move on. Goddamn it. All right. On to episode 3. Keith Ocean was also there, and Keith Ocean um had his first actual encounter with Shendon. Had that moment of silence there for a moment. One
Um,
of one of more to come. You want to say something?
yeah, oh yeah, of course, of course. We're talking about me. Um, um, I
This
think
fucking dude.
I
Go right
think
ahead.
I think I I I think that match was important for many reasons. Because it was a match where I could be taken seriously, just a little bit. It helped me be took seriously, and
Right,
a lot.
but instead he tore your ass up too, like Tommy Ray did, right?
Absolutely,
And this is your second match, second loss.
absolutely.
Say what you say what you saying, and add this to this while you're saying it.
That's where I
Was
was
it
going. But
was there was there
a man
pressure
like
though?
you would put it like that. A hater would put it like that. A hater would put it like that. But we're talking about progression. We're talking about development. We're not talking about. I wasn't going straight for the lion. Okay, the lion was coming for me. Okay, because if you really
Oh
think
shit,
about it.
really?
He put he put out a promo saying that he'll face me because I put out a shout out like, "Oh, whoever wants to face me for episode 2, let's go." And then he said something. So the lion came for the cup. It wasn't the other way around. All right, the big dog came for me.
Okay.
But let me say this. I respect that though. Do you know why I respect that? Because I threw out a challenge, and you know what you know what he was establishing. That okay, you set a challenge in my kingdom, I'll answer. You
Mm,
think you think you're the big guy? I'll answer. And that's what he did. And that's what he did. And in no means, and this is real shit. Me saying no means that I think I was going to topple Shendon, but I wanted him to believe that.
right.
I wanted him to think that because if I don't, then what? I lost. I lost
Yeah.
right away.
Yeah.
No, might as well not go into
Smart,
them.
smart man.
You know
Yeah.
what I mean? It's all
Yeah.
about
Yeah.
it's all about perception, man. I was
Mm,
never doing nothing for no reason, and
mm.
that's why I could break it down to you now.
All
That's
part of
what
the
the
plan.
beautiful thing is now. You know what I mean?
Right.
Um, but I think that match was beautiful. And it gave me eyes too. it gave me eyes. I mean, Shenda was global champion at the time, I believe. Or
Yeah.
was that before he was global champion? I don't remember. He was something. I know he was C division
No,
champion.
no. He wasn't champion at that time. The
Yeah.
second match, he was champion for the second match. At that time, he was just there fighting in that match.
Okay. Okay. Understood. Understood. Well, it was a beautiful match. It was like I said, it was catch up versus overtake, and that night he overtook. Well, I
Right.
can't say I didn't catch up. I didn't. You know,
Well, I mean, it's only that the second match. I was just
of course.
I was just trying to ask you, like, after that second loss, though, coming into the promotion, is there, putting yourself back in that moment going
I
forward,
will not
is
be
there,
denied. I
is there
will not
pressure?
be denied.
Is there
I will
doubt?
not be denied. I will not be denied. That's
Mm,
exactly what I thought. I will not be denied. I lost. Okay, fine. I'm coming back. I'm coming back
right,
for something. I'm
right.
coming back with something and for something. I will not be denied. It's fine. He whooped I'm coming back. See you next week. Somebody, and I'm gonna get something from him. I'm gonna get something from him. And that was my mindset, legit. And that's why I kept throwing out those promos. There would be a minute I wouldn't shut the fuck up. All you saw was
Dang.
Ocean.
Yeah,
All you
but
saw was
I remember. I don't know after what match it happened, but I remember talking to you, and you was like, and I'm like, how are you dealing with the whole being driven into the mat for the 1, 2, 3 every time? And it was the same attitude. I won't be denied, like you said.
Mhm.
So that's why I'm asking you. I'm trying to set. We're basically time traveling, and we're going back to the thought of what was going on at that point in time.
Mhm. Mhm.
So, and that, of course, was episode 3, JTV 19.
Yep.
That one's from the February 27th, 2021 edition.
Understood. Understood.
Um,
Ain't
so we go on to episode 4, and I really like it because it's like I like that y'all was there early on for um the launch of JTV 19, because y'all was on so many of the early episodes. It almost feels like the old Honeymooner shows. It's like the sitcom that had all these people on it. 3.5 Men or whatever you was watching. There's been a lot of good shows. Family Matters. It's been a lot. It's been a lot of good shows throughout the years. So um, it's just episode after episode, and in episode 4, take you back to it was May 4th of 21. Or no, excuse me, it was March 20th of 21. You had a match with Matt Dagger.
Mhm. Mhm.
Uh, he got the pinfall, third loss. You will not be denied. Of course, we know that. What what might you remember about that match, and what do you have to say about Matt Dagger as a performer? And do you like working with him?
Matt Dagger is what he advertises himself to be. And when I say by advertising himself to be, I'm not talking about what he promotes, what he says. I'm talking about how he presents himself, his demeanor, his mannerisms. He's a brute. He's a very brawler, straightforward, type of guy to take you out. That is his duty. That is his job. You are going to lose. That is what's happen. And that's the type of mindset that I knew Matt Dagger had. And going into that match, I was thinking to myself that I'm gonna have to be ready to get thrown across this ring
Right.
like a rag doll. But at the end of the day, I won't be denied. And at the end of the day, I'm gonna find a way. I'm gonna get something out of it.
God
And I
damn.
got my ass whooped. I mean, that was 50% of it. That was 50% what I got out of it. But and I believe that he's a
And
hell
you
of a.
still won't be denied.
And I still won't be denied. And I still wasn't. I still wasn't. Yes, I was getting driven to the mat, but I was getting eyes on me. And
Yep.
think about the people I was facing. Think about the 3 people you named. I can't be denied after that. Yeah, I didn't win, But my first 3 matches, we're talking about Tommy Hawkins, we're talking about Shannon, and we're talking, whoa. This is a conspiracy. Now, let's think about it. Think about the 3 people I faced. Tommy Hawkins, Shandon, Matt Dagger. That's a setup. Somebody was hitting up. They part of the same clan. They part of the same group. They talked together. They knew what they were doing. Yeah, but at the end of the day, I was not denied. I was not denied. I got to, and I even came. I was supporting so much. I came out that episode with a Casper shirt on. Come on, you can't say Keith
I
Ocean.
remember that.
Come on.
Man had a Casper shirt. Yeah,
I will not be denied.
that was hilarious.
That's what it was.
I remember that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just went back to that not too long ago. All right, very good. I got a question for Skinner as I move it along, and that was an excellent answer. Episode 5. Now we're in April 4th, 2021.
Mhm.
You went up against Pitt Macabelli. You submitted him, and I don't know if I said it was episode 5, but it's JTV
I
19
thought it was
episode
episode 4. Episode 5 I fought next, I believe.
This one is episode 4. You're right. March 20th, 21, and you got him by submission on episode 4. So, anything interesting about that match? Any thoughts on him as a performer? And
Well, besides everything that happened, his talent is noticeable. It was a good match. I actually enjoyed fighting him.
yeah,
And I think it was about like close to a 20-minute match too. It was a really, really intense fight. When I watched it back, I thought it was a very good match.
did you feel more confident going in, and did you see like what did you see then? Now, as you're forming in JTV, first match in, you get the win. Second match in, you get the win. Is there confidence there? Do you see yourself being successful because you're winning? Because
Well, at first,
you came in winning, and Ocean came in losing. Notice
it's
how
ironic how you say
I'm
that
putting
though.
I'm putting puzzles together here. But go ahead.
It's very ironic.
Cause
What
let me
was it lavish?
can I tell you the secret? Can I tell you the secret? You
What you
gotta
got?
learn how to win slowly. That's all. You gotta learn how to win slowly. Cause once you learn how to win slowly, you can see shit. I'm telling
Hey,
you.
each match you were doing, Ocean, you got better each match. I noticed that when I was watching your fights.
I appreciate that. And, and let me go off of that. I'm glad you said that. Thank you for saying that. Keith Ocean understands the art of evolving. All right. That's why I say will not be denied. The thing about professional wrestling and the difference between UFC, you're gonna wake up another day. Chances are you're gonna wake up another day and you got another task in front of you. So are you gonna dwell on when you lost or look forward to when you win? And that's Keith Ocean's mindset. And that's what he did. And, and when you explain each episode and explain what happens in the matches I have and the alternatives change slowly as you go up, it's going to prove exactly what I'm telling you right now. You know what I mean? I'm not telling you no lie.
No, not at all.
You know.
But you were right what you said though, Skinner, with next being episode 5. Yeah, episode 5. And actually you pinned Pitt in that match. But match 3, you don't went ahead and submitted Jada next. Okay. March 4th or April 4th, 2021, you episode 5, JTV 19, you go and tap out Jada Nix, a guy who at that point in time was on his
I,
way up. A guy who is currently the
I think Nick
JTV.
beat me in that match.
You said what?
I think Nick beat me in that match.
He
That
did
was my
what?
first loss. That was my first loss was against Nick.
Nah, you tapped him out.
Mm-mm. If you look back on episode 5, you can see that he beat me.
All right, well, tell us about the match. You get to work with Knicks, and this is a big deal for you. Um, you've had two wins going into JTV, and what do you want to say about the match? And what do you want to say in terms of like him as a performer? What do you think of him as a performer, as a talent?
Well, as a talent, well, you can see firsthand he's a global champion right now.
Right,
So,
right, right,
so
right.
obviously his talent is clear. But I don't want to put my personal feelings involved.
Oh yeah,
Understand?
he did submit you. That's what I have on here. He taps. Yeah.
Yeah, he tapped me out.
You still got to work with him. Could you at least say that stepping into the ring with a JTV veteran like him, do you feel like it helped your career progress? And did you learn anything from it? Did you pick up on any experience from it?
Well, yes, it did give me experience. I needed to fight him. Win or lose, I needed to fight him so I could see where I'm at in
Right,
the ring.
right,
And when he beat me, I understand I'm not up there yet. I acknowledge that. But
right.
one day, maybe a couple years from now, well, hell, right now, I'm a part of the greatest faction. Pretty soon, hell, I might even become a champion not too long from now. So I think I'm doing pretty good for myself personally. So
Yeah,
that's
I
all I got.
I think he's one of the guys to fight in JTV. I mean, especially somebody new coming in trying to make a name for themselves. By the time you and him gotten in the ring, he had already been around 3 years. So he was a veteran, and that's in and out, because he had some off seasons too during that time. But he was still there as a veteran, and then now in JTV 19 getting to work with you. Um, he may have handed you your first loss in JTV via submission, but you still got the opportunity to pick up on that experience, yada yada yada,
Hmm.
and it made you
That's
better
true.
for forevermore. You know what I mean? So now we're
And I
gonna
fought him
go.
twice.
You said what?
I said I fought him twice.
Yeah, that's the first match though. That is the
Hmm.
first match. That is the first match we're covering, and now we're gonna go and switch to Keith Ocean. Keith Ocean, same night, had a match with Marcus Holloway. Keith Ocean, once again, driven into the canvas, fourth loss in JTV to Marcus Holloway. The losing streak continues, but there's no frustration. There's just determination because he won't be denied.
Well said. And
Your match with Marcus Holloway. What do you want to say about it? And did you enjoy working with the guy? What do you got to say about Marcus
see,
Holloway?
one thing I understood about professional wrestling, and one thing I loved is that you can learn from your opposition, from your enemy, from the person per se you're going to war to and with. You know,
Right,
you could learn from your opponent if you pay attention. And facing Marcus Holloway was a pivotal moment for Keith Ocean. And I say that, bless you. I say that
thank you.
because I don't know if you paid attention to the promo back and forth, but me and him kind of had an interesting conversation, an interesting talk about. It was based upon me. I mean, he was basically saying that why do you keep dripping to the mat? You got all this passion, but you keep falling down. You keep going down. And I told him, I said, it don't matter. It don't no matter what. I won't stop. I won't stop and I won't be denied. And I know I keep saying that, but that's the truth, and that's what I kept saying. And
Yeah,
and yes, I was driven into the mat, but I don't know if you realize the resiliency I did have in that match as many times as I kicked out. And for what that did, that set something. It changed gears into me. Yes, I lost, but that will not be denied. I it just clicked to me more in that match. It was a lot. It was a lot riding mentally in that match, as it more than physically, I would say,
Right.
if that makes sense. If you guys with me. And for Marcus Holloway, for his character and the way he was, did help develop in that moment and point in time in Keith Ocean's career. It did help develop him. So I will say kudos to Marcus Holloway for helping me evolve.
Which is dope. Because I remember him telling me that. Ocean told me
Mhm.
that years ago. He told me around that time, and he'll
Mhm.
continue talking about that it was
Mhm.
important for him to take on Marcus Holloway because he
Mhm.
saw something in him. And it wasn't that he just saw something, he was also inspired and moved by him. And it's always a good feeling to be inspired by someone, especially if it's positive. It's always great to be inspired. And the fact and that, it makes me feel good because those are wrestling stories here in JTV.
Absolutely.
How cool is it that Keith Ocean was inspired by Marcus Holloway? You know,
No, no,
that's
no, 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 no. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. See, interesting wording there. Okay, I like how you played with that. I like how you pulled that rope. No, I wouldn't say inspired. Now, this is why I said what I said in the beginning when I said that the opposition can kind of help you. It was the character he was who helped the character I wanted to be. That's all. It was what he brought out of me. That's what I wanted to be. That's the type of feel I wanted to feel. That's what I want brought out of me, so I can dish out what I need to dish out. Does that make sense? You with
yeah,
me?
and it was probably the most selfish response since the JTV Total Championship. Excellent. That was a very Keith Ocean response. And the fans watching at home, thank you for it.
As they should. As they
I
should.
believe you. All right. Well, and that mentality led this man to his first victory after four losses, which really isn't that bad, because when I remember it back in the day, I remember it being like he lost like 12 times or some shit before he started winning, but he lost four times, and then he had his first win. He tasted his first honey on the table uh, by getting a victory over Colin Klein. So you get episode 6, JTV 19, April 24th, 2021. You go into this match determined. This is the whole thing about Danielson taking on Mr. Miyagi. This is pupil going up against master.
And,
In a
and
way, in a way. I don't.
absolutely, 100%. And I see what you're saying off that to build
So
off that. I
yeah,
it it, it and the timing was immaculate because look who I just fought. I
right.
just fought Marcus Holloway, right? And that, like I said, it was a pivotal point in my career. It was a game shifting moment. Shouts out to John Skinner. Um,
Games. That's pretty lavish.
thank
Lavish.
thank you. It was a game shifter moment, and then I get to face Colin Klein. So everything is high. All those emotions that got out of me out of the Marcus Holloway were added with that. Now I'm against Colin Klein, the man that brought me to the dance. Now I got to really show that, okay, this is the time to win. This is the time to win. This is the time to push through. Because if I do, it will show everything I was saying. It will justify my action. It will prove me right, and it will start turning heads. Start getting that belief behind me, because that's what you need. You need that heat behind you. You need that belief that what you're doing, you're going down the right path. And for me, Colin Klein versus Keith Ocean was that match. It was definitely that match.
It wasn't just good for the archives of JTV, but it was definitely a dream match. Fans would
Abs-
definitely argue that it definitely was. And him
abs-
bringing you into this promotion specifically, not the business because you had always been a fan and been around, but he at least brought you into this promotion or
yeah,
at least
that's what I mean.
inspired it in a way. Uh, and getting that first, you finally got that first victory. Um, how did it feel to get that first win? And what are your thoughts on him as a talent? And what do you got to say? I mean, you said what you said about the match, but what do you make of him as a talent? And how was that bittersweet first victory
Well,
about it?
the bitter part was that my victory motion wasn't really shown. It was just a quick thing. Oh, Keith Ocean won, and then ta-da! Next match. So
Ouch.
that was the bitter part. Um, this I will say the sweet part was it answered a question in the back of my mind. Keith
Mm,
Ocean, are you bugging? Are you tripping? Are you going too far? Is this too much? Too are you just going to be a chael sunning of
mm,
of
mm.
JTV? Are you just going to be able to talk yourself in big matches, or are you going to show yourself in big matches? And what did Keith Ocean do? He showed himself in that match, and that was the sweet part. And it was against it could have been, it couldn't have been anybody better to face in that moment in time. I'm not gonna lie. I'm be honest. It was perfect. And Colin Klein is such a skilled, technical, effortless wrestler. I mean, if Colin Klein put in as much work as he puts in the hitting on Jocelyn and saying all this shit about Jocelyn, if he put all that
Damn.
into his character, Colin Klein would be unstoppable. He would be undefeated if he cared a little bit more. And I've said this so many times. I have. And I feel like I came around a time where Colin Klein was declining his passion.
Mm,
Decline. It was on a decline. And it wasn't, and it's nothing to Colin because he was still great. He just didn't want to be. That's all.
mm,
That's all. And it's fine though, cause I just came around. He didn't know me before, so what can I say? What can I say? You know what I mean? The people he was in JTV with, or companies with, maybe they made him lose his passion, and then he just got to me, and it was just like it was too late. I don't know, but what I'm trying to say is,
mm.
Colin Klein is a hell of a wrestler. And he's one of those wrestlers that cannot be denied. It doesn't matter if he's laid back now or what, but you can't. He's a staple of JTV. He's one of those guys, and to have that match with him was important to
And
me.
one of the longest reigning current JTV hardcore champions. I would definitely say that he's definitely doing his shit alongside
Absolutely.
Jocelyn. But yeah,
Absolutely.
I can agree with a little bit of that.
hmm
You know,
And but
Um,
but you know what I'm. He knows what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. The people that know what I'm saying, because I'm
yeah,
not the only. I'm not the only one that could tell.
no simping. Focus
Exactly.
on what you're doing in the goddamn ring.
I,
You
I,
know what I mean? You can't
absolutely.
let relationship or nothing get in your way. You got to be the goat. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? You cannot and never will be the goat if you're gonna let shit get in your way.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? Um, moving on though, we skip ahead a little bit. JTV 19 episode 8. You and I have been having conversations for quite some time.
Mhm.
There was an opportunity that presented itself.
Mhm.
We had a conversation with the game changer, John Skinner. And for the longest time, this man here has been or was attempting to convince me to bring back the defunct JTV Submission Championship. The Submission Championship was a belt, in my eyes, that Colin Klein made famous along with others, you know, and he was one of the last real champions. You know what I mean? I had a few people that held that championship, but that championship is something that I put away, thinking that I would never bring that back out. Keith Ocean found out about that, and just like a Quan Chi doing what Quan Chi does best, had a meeting with me, and he did everything in his power to convince me to bring back the JTV Submission Championship, and it was no for a long time. He had been at it for quite a while, and then I just thought an opportunity presented himself where we were trying to put a match together, and it was his idea, the match. He just brought it to me, of having him and John Skinner compete. And I thought to myself, at first, I didn't really want to do that because I wanted to save that match because I realized the talent they had, and I wanted to save that match for later on at a bigger event or a pay per view. But I also thought to myself, this ain't WWE. You know what I mean? JTV can afford to give away pay per view matches for free. God damn it. So I thought JTV 19, you know, they want to do it, then let's do it. Let's do it right. He wanted the submission championship back, and they wanted a match with each other in JTV 19. It got the blessing from everybody, you know what I mean? Everybody involved. And without a shadow of a doubt, one of the biggest matches in JTV 19 history that put JTV 19 on the map. John Skinner, are you here?
I am here.
The JTV Submission Championship. Both of y'all get to shine. Both of y'all get to show the world not only what you have, but you get to put this promotion that's growing on the map. Episode 8. The mic's all yours. The mic's all
That
yours.
match, that match was one of the greatest matches me and Ocean ever had by far.
I agree. I concur.
Yes, that was a long and brutal match. We beat the crap out of each other for like about 20 to 25 freaking minutes.
It was an ultimate showdown match in the middle of the show. That's deep. That's deep.
hmm
Back and forth, the suplexes off the top turnbuckle. You know what I mean? And it wasn't like we just handed them no title. I didn't give the submission title to Keith Ocean. You know what I'm saying? It was vacated and he had to earn the shit. You know what I mean? So he didn't just was gifted the damn belt. He asked for it to come back, and he did what he had to do to get it. And he wrestled matches, and he wrestled this match in order to earn it. I don't know if y'all realized the history y'all was making and the noise you were putting together, but I had an idea in my head that we were doing something massive for CAW. You know what I mean? And it just kept building and building and building and building and building. The fact that a regular stadium JTV 19 can now get over 600, 700 views. Round
Well,
of applause in part to both of you. Go ahead.
thank you. I always
Thank you.
take that. I appreciate that, because I deserve that. And back to what I was trying to say. It was, listen, you got, this is why it was so high profile too, because you got two guys that are exclusively at that time to JTV 19, where you can only see these two guys go at it with each other on JTV 19 in his 4 championship. And another beautiful thing I want to notice, it's a submission match too. How can you make a submission match interesting? Goes back to what Bret Hart was saying with him and Stone Cold. He was going through that same process. How can you make a normal, just a submission match interesting? How can you make it pop? And we found that way. And not only did we find the way, but we did it in our own way, in our own styles. And those two styles going to light, that's only exclusively on JTV 19. Of course, people are gonna tune in because that's true beauty. That's true
I
beauty.
actually
Two guys.
rewatched it a couple days ago, actually. That match you and me
I watched that.
had.
I was killing it in that too. Ain't nobody could tell me nothing. Yo,
So your theme song still gives me freaking chills when that shit comes on. And when you start coming up and
mhm,
shit.
Take
yeah.
it easy. People been waiting for a long time to hear that shit in the arena again. Don't play me like that, man. You know we live. Don't embarrass me like that. Come on,
That
shit.
shit was beautiful, man. That's beautiful. And I want to say it was such an honor on
Yes, sir.
it was such an honor that Colin Klein brought me here to JTV and I did it better than he did it. And it was just such an
Oh,
honor.
oh
We
man.
always have to close
The
shots.
fact that he was the person who 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 hosted it in the beginning of the match. He was like, Keith Ocean and John Skinner about to go in for a submission. Yeah, 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 yeah. It was nice. It was nice. And I won his championship too. And I held his championship too. You know, he was known for being the submission guy. You know what I mean? So it was just having that complete and total annihilation over Colin Klein's career and rapidly moving up the chain. It's just such a beautiful thing. It really is, and I was proud to do that, to disrespect it like that, and to also, and I had the fortunate chance to disrespect and tap out John Skinner twice in one night in front of all his fans. It was just a beautiful thing. And at the end of the night, you didn't hear his music, you heard mine. Hey, hey, hey. I'm
Well, at the end of the day, I
going
don't really give a crap about the fans
all the
nowadays.
way.
So,
I'm going. That's what you heard. And I'm sorry to all the people that enjoyed your music and they couldn't hear that. And I'm sorry you couldn't do that for them either. But I did it for my people, for my
well,
fans.
look on the
Yeah.
bright side. You're gone now. No one needs you. So,
ah, touche, touche.
Mm.
But what's gone is truly gone. What's gone is never truly gone. It's somewhere.
you don't have any rights to step foot into my ring, okay?
Your ring. Your
Yes,
ring.
my ring.
Right.
It's
All right.
BTS's ring,
Right. It's funny
okay?
you never took that from me though. You never took that. And I was whipping your ass across the border too. I'm talking about in other universes, right? We don't got to talk about it though. We don't got to
You want to go
discuss
there?
it.
What about that match you me had in that lousy BCW? Huh?
Listen,
What
Hey,
about
listen,
that
look,
match?
listen.
Who's
man.
talking
Hey,
about
look,
it?
It
man.
was
This
it
might be
Who's
match
talking
a
about
match y'all had, but this is my damn show. All right. This
it?
ain't no damn BCW, none of that bullshit. This is my
thank
damn show. All right. So
thank
take it
you.
easy.
Thank you.
Anyways, anyways, back to something else, you know, because I certainly my stomach is rumbling. I suddenly became interested, you know, and an appetite, and I feel like I want to face Jackson Crash now. So
Mm-mm.
John Skinner, June 10th, 2021, year after the pandemic, episode 9, JTV 19. You got an opportunity to have a weapons match and hit the game shifter on Jackson Crash. I understand that there's people out there that are just dying to face Jackson Crash, but you got to do that. You got to do it man to man, mano y
hmm
mano. And
A
even though
man
I don't like,
versus
even though I don't like your sorry ass, and I think you're a piece of trash, BKS trash, uh, you still got to work with Jackson Crash. I think Jackson Crash is a fast ass, talented individual, and I like to see him. I think he's a great character, great superstar. What are your thoughts on that character, and did you enjoy that match with Jackson Crash?
I did enjoy that match. I thought it was a brilliant match. But at the end, he kind of fell short, didn't he? He wasn't on my level that night. But we don't have to talk about that. He had a good talent. No better than most in the back, you know.
Right. Well,
But
let's not hope he comes crawling again and makes it rain wherever you at, you know, and drowns you in some money. All right. So
Go,
So I
brother.
want I want to go ahead and switch to the Scar Brotherhood right now. June 10th, 2021.
Damn.
Same show, same place, JTV 19, episode 9. We had a steel cage match. There was an opportunity.
Raging Cave.
One, Mr. Burke Lawson himself, Ray Everetang, gets an opportunity not just to step and rage in the cage. Not oh, hold up. Before I say all that, Ray had shown frustrations many years back and had issues with such and such and such, and
Oh,
wanted to be at the top of JTV, wanted to be JTV World Heavyweight Champion, all that. Now, I didn't know this. Ray and I did not have any conversations in which this frustration was let out. It was let out in a different way, and I don't mean in a silent, deadly fart. I mean,
mm,
this man took it upon himself to get my attention however he needed to. You know what I mean? Which is unnecessary because if you ever got to talk to me, all you got to do is just call me. But okay. So Ray did what he felt he had to do, and with some frustration shown and then later revealed, got the opportunity. I got the opportunity to see a little bit of that, and you guys threw your name in the hat, and we put together a match, mainly in part because of Ocean, and we got ourselves a match between him and Ray. I don't know what character he was going by at that time, but he gets the opportunity to compete against you, not just in the Rage in the Cage, not just for the championship belt, the submission title, not just against the Keith Ocean, because at this point he's already established. Because he's done so much, he's put so much camera time on him in JTV 19. But also he gets the main event, which is one of the breaks he was looking for a long time in JTV. I don't know personally how much Ray appreciates that. I've not really heard Ray talk about it. I would hope that it means a lot to him in his career. But you got the opportunity to do that with him. Obviously, I remember you telling me you saw things in him at that point in time. You was excited about the match. I remember that. And I
Mhm.
thought it was a very good match. I thought you guys really went at it. And I was very proud that it was the main event because, another dream match. Ray, outstanding talent in the ring, much like yourself. And it was a fantastic main event that I would not change. Not every main event at every JTV show is always going to be the main event or is always going to be good. Most of the time it is because it's us and every match is a main event. But you're going to have your hits and you're going to have your miss, and that happens to every show. Nobody's perfect. This
Yeah.
was a perfect main event. This was a perfect match. So, what do you want to say about that, and what do you got to say about Mr. Scar Brotherhood himself?
Well, I truly want to touch on to this is where my greatness started, truly started, and I say that because uh, it goes off of a lot of things you just said and how you worded it. Right, we're talking about Ray been there for some years before I came, before I was even a spec. On the magnifying glass. You know what I mean?
Right.
And, and the fact that I brought him to the main event. I I I was holding my title. We're in Rage in a Cage, on JTV 19, my home. You know what I mean? And I get to do that. And I went on, I don't know if you remember this, I went out in the beginning of the show and told each and every single one of you what I was going to do, and I did it. You know, and I successfully defended my championship. And and listen, the goal, and I hope any goal to be in professional wrestling or to be in CAW, right? I hope the goal is to breathe the breath of a champion, and that was my goal. And after that goal, after you breathe the breath of a champion, you maintain that breath. You maintain that stench of a champion. You want people to smell that on you. You know what I mean? And I wanted to maintain that, but also at the same time I had to make it interesting. And throwing Ray in there made it interesting. Throwing him in a Rage in a Cage. I mean, listen, you could throw him in an Iron Man match with the best jobber in JTV, and all he gonna do is spam. But you put him against me, and all he gonna do is great things. You know what I mean? So and And that's what happened. And I wanted to show that example to people. I don't think people were catching on. Everything, like, for real, when I say this, everything I did for a reason. That's why I can explain it so well to you guys now. I'm telling you. And it was so beautiful how it worked out, and I'm glad it worked out the word way it worked out, because I was a young guy. I mean, I was in my fifth, sixth match. You know what I'm saying? And
Right.
I'm in the main event of JTV 19, my show against Ray Everett. That people talk. You know, he's not one of them guys, but he's a good name. He's a legend, and I made him just better. I made him just as better. It was beautiful. And hats off to myself, pat him back to myself, a hug to myself. You know what I'm saying? For doing
Absolutely.
what I did, for carrying that man on my back, And so I think it was beautiful. It showed and it set an example of what type of champion I was going to be. You know.
Right. I agree with that. I actually do agree with that. Um, I was more than happy to take a chance with matches like that, main events like that, and that was one for the books. At
And
some
I
point in
appreciate
time,
you doing that too. I appreciate you taking that leap of faith.
absolutely. I mean, but by that point, it wasn't even a leap of faith. It was just like trust, because the thing about you is that you're real good with charisma.
Hmm.
While you was away, I started telling people that you were like the Roddy Piper of JTV, and I know that means a lot because we're big fans of him. And,
Absolutely.
and, and I see that. I see a lot of that. And just tonight with what you were talking about, I started seeing a little bit of Johnny Cage, because here you are organizing shit and work with a lot of talented people. And it was almost like the movie star Johnny Cage, working with this actor, that actor, that actor. You got to have different films with Matt Dagger and Shendon and Ray, all
All
these talented people,
dude,
Colin Klein.
it's a blessing, bro. It truly is, especially to face those names at that time.
Right.
It was instrumental
But
in.
but a big part of that happening had to do with you. So the pat on the back is on point, because it's like, you know, you took the initiative. Kevin Impact can only do so much. I can give you the opportunity to make an impact like me. But the thing about it is that, I can only give you 50%.
Mhm,
I could give you a little bit more. I'm a great guy, I could give you a 55. I might go 60, but I still need the rest. This is like paying rent. I still need the rest.
yeah.
And when you're a talent here in JTV, you have to understand that I don't work off the ass kissing thing. I don't keep stooges around. The way this shit works is it's about respect first, but it's more about work ethic. And when you put effort and you bust your ass and you're on every comment, every post, every match card, you keep putting attention on yourself, like you was doing when you put those 19 videos up or whatnot. You kept putting the camera on you. That's what this is about. That is how you get over in JTV, by staying active and being alive and showing the lion that you have on the inside.
Hmm.
Because when you want to be the best, but you sitting on your ass at the couch,
Hmm.
what I mean, waiting for JTV to come up with a good credit for you. That shit, you know what I mean? Like, that's waiting in line.
Hmm.
That's all that is, waiting in line. Because I'm not the type of person that I look to the ones kissing my ass. I look to the type of people that are going, hey, I want to get on TV. Hey, I want to match. Hey, I want to accomplish this and that. Oh, look, this person just posted a video. Oh, Jocelyn just cut a promo. You know, really trying to put the attention on themselves and really showing that they want to be the best.
And the importance of that is to do that without saying it. Once you do that without saying it, without
It
coming
hits different.
and verbally telling you that, doing that, showing that with your character, and showing that with ambition, and through conversation, and through promo, and all that, showing that, that's what brings you there, though, because
I would
stars.
say both. I don't think it's wrong to do both. You know what I mean?
Oh,
My
absolutely,
point, my
absolutely.
point is you were a hungry bastard. You were
Hmm.
starving. in that era, in that time, and you
Mhm.
were doing anything you had to do to make sure you ate, and
Mhm.
you was making, and you was such a sweet friend, you know what I mean, to Skinner at that point in time. Now you barely take his phone calls, but you know, at that point in time, you were alive for him, and you was doing so much for this man to stay on TV and to stay relevant, and
Yeah.
that's why you had a lot of success. But at this point in time, you have a belt, you have a main event, you've been with star after star after star, like you're not just a nobody no more, and you ain't even on Next Gen and Mega Rush yet.
Mhm.
You
Mhm.
and Skinner were already main event talent before you even hit the main roster of JTV Wrestling. So, not to blow smoke up your ass, you're good at doing that yourself, but you've proven a lot, kid, for a long time,
Appreciate
and you and Skinner have earned a lot of respect for all of that. You know what I mean? So you're getting respect for that. You know, I want shit to be recognized here in this promotion, and I'm gonna say that much before I move on to the next.
it. Mhm.
So Skinner's still here, right?
Yeah.
All right, I got one. I'm gonna do one with both of y'all again now. So
Hmm.
let's see what we got next. So y'all got a lot of exposure in JTV 19. You know what I mean? Y'all did y'all thing. Y'all proved yourselves. Y'all became big names. Um, John Skinner still doesn't have a belt or nothing like that. You know what I mean? He's still trying to make it. He's still trying to get to the top, but he's a big star in JTV 19 and he's well known. Opportunity presents itself for you guys to debut on JTV Next Gen. It didn't
Mm.
necessarily go the way you was expecting. It didn't go too great. And this is Next Gen 38 I'm talking about. September 18th, 2021 for a date. Skinner comes in and he loses his match to someone you would not want to lose a match to. One of the worst people you could lose a match to, but it wouldn't be too hard. He loses a match to Billy. I'm not gonna say the rest of his name. If you know Billy, you know Billy. And you took on Tony Loco. Both of you guys lost your matches. It didn't go as planned, but you still managed to achieve a next gen debut.
Mhm.
Next Gen is a show that some might say is underrated. Was underrated for many years, and a lot of you guys, like I had conversations with Shendon. I've talked to y'all. I've talked to people that love Next Gen. I've talked to people in the past that say they love Next Gen more than Mega Rush. You know what I mean? Because Mega Rush is like the $1 million conglomerate, right? It's the $1 million production TV, you know, show. Everybody want to be a part of that show. But Next Gen and 19 is like where you get to just trip, bust your ass, and you don't really got to worry about it. You get to explore a little bit. You get to venture. You know, it's just that Next Gen compared to JTV 19 tends to be on the upper echelon as far as the what is it the food chain in JTV goes. You know what I mean? Pecking order or whatever. So a lot of people do want to be on JTV 19, not just or Next Gen, excuse me, not just for that, but also because it's considered like the second biggest show of all the shows. So being in Next Gen would probably be the equivalent of you playing I don't know, double A ball or triple A ball, I should say, because you start double, you go to triple, and then you go to main. You know what I mean? MLB. So it's it's like being playing triple A ball. And I I guess my question to you guys is: you get the opportunity to do that, you get the opportunity to climb up to that level, even though it's a new venture and it didn't work out. You have interest in coming back for more. But how did that experience go for y'all? Any thoughts on that? We'll start with you, Ocean, and then we'll go to Skinner.
Repeat the last part you cut out. I apologize.
Just the venture. Just take me through was there any thoughts, any excitement, any emotion of debuting on Next Gen? Forget
Listen.
about winning the match. You know, you could talk about the match you had if you want to, but the
Mhm.
experience of going there and then, being able to now it feels like you're stepping up, getting more opportunities.
Yeah, shouts out to whoever's playing GTA in the back.
Well,
I
this is the city of impact. But go ahead.
yeah, I will say this. In every and this is what I would hope for. In every CAW wrestler, right, has the mentality of I'm not gonna lose. I'm gonna win. So you're going out there with a winning game plan. You're going out there. You're gonna be on top. Your music is gonna play at the end of the night. You're gonna do 1, 2, 3, or he tapping or napping, something like that, right? That's your thought process. So I went in there. I went in there thinking that I was gonna win. I and I didn't know how I was gonna win, but I was gonna figure out a way to win. Right? I don't know this guy. I know he's from the Indies part of CAW. No, he's a couple mutual friends in JTV or acquaintances, I should say, or comrades, whatever word you want to use.
Rappers trying to be wrestlers and shit. I'm
Yeah,
with you.
yeah, yeah, a mixture of a lot of interesting components. But I will say this. I will say this. It wasn't what I was expecting, but it's what I needed. Because I will say that he taught me one thing: expect the unexpected. It doesn't matter where you're from. Be ready. Be ready. It's not just the JTV town to worry about. It's the CAW because you don't know who's gonna come up. And it was good example against the new generation, the new generation of CAW wrestlers, and that's what that match was. Yes, I came up short, but I gave him a little something, something too. It was a great match. It was great back and forth. He won
Yeah.
with a cheap ass spear. Come
Yeah,
on,
that back
that
and
was the
forth was pretty good. I thought that dude was talented a little bit. Shannon obviously hated his guts. He had ran into him in different leagues and whatnot. And
buddy
he's a
that goes to toe to toe with Keith Ocean, he can make look talented. I just got done discussing this with Ray. You know what I mean? I made Ray look like he was 5 star, like he was ever. I think I shit. I made that last name ring true. But what I'm trying to say is that Tony Loco looked great because I'm great, and that's all I'm saying.
Mhm.
And he won because the left
I mean,
leg is loose. The left leg
w-
a little. You know what I mean?
winning is a little bit of something. You know what I mean?
Oh,
Winning
absolutely.
is
But
winning
what
is
did he do
everything to
with that?
some. But
What did he do with that? See, look at the
right,
difference of Keith Ocean
right,
and Tony Loco. You know what I mean?
right.
He could have built a legacy, a name for
That
himself.
that could have propelled a career. Yeah,
Absolutely.
I agree.
Absolutely. Beating Keith Ocean debut of Next Gen, especially the fans of JTV 19. Come on.
Well,
Man,
I
he could
don't
have
I
ran
don't
with.
I don't know what his deal was. It was hard to work with him. It just wasn't going to work out. If y'all want me to talk about it, let me know. I'm not going to, but if y'all request to talk about it, I'll talk about it. But as far as this match, just getting the win isn't enough. Keith Ocean definitely carried the match. He had a lot of potential. Like I say, he had a good look. He could work a little bit. He spammed like a motherfucker, but he could work. And it could have been great if he had not been the way he was behind the scenes and stuff like that. So, but it was still an opportunity to debut on Next Gen for you and John Skinner. Skinner, anything to add to that?
Well, in my opinion, I feel like it was a good experience. Even though we all had technically like a few matches on next gen,
Yeah,
it was a good
you had
experience.
experience. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Y'all had experience before you went there.
Yeah. Even though I didn't really like losing to Billy, but it happened. I'm not gonna like complain about that. It happened, but
Right.
it was a good experience to try something other than JTV 19. You know.
Right. I feel
Yeah.
you.
It's definitely terrible when he made you eat some dog food. I mean, dang.
All
That's
right.
Well, It
So you
wasn't my fault. It was 2K's fault because
like
2K20 was the shit. But that's besides the point.
like I
All
said,
right,
the man that JTV forgot, ladies and gentlemen.
Don't bring up that shit ever again. You have no room to talk with your leaving having ass, okay?
Yo, didn't you leave too, motherfucker?
Yeah, but at least
oh,
I had the balls to come back. I had the
man, watch
balls to
your
come back.
fucking
Oh,
mouth,
all
damn
right,
it.
all right. Oh yeah.
Quit fucking
Just
cussing on here, man. Fuck wrong with you, man. Look. JTV 19, episode 10. John Skinner lost to Marcus Holloway. It was a dream match, October 16, 2021. That was a big deal for JTV 19. The stuff that y'all was doing on JTV 19, doing shit like that, where like y'all face each other for a title and then he faces Marcus. To me, that was like the shit that was going on in the 80s when you had like Warrior and Hogan and Savage and Andre, that like those
Mhm.
type of mechanisms. So I was really enjoying a lot of that. We've heard what Keith Ocean had to say about Marcus, but now it's time for John Skinner to get his turn. You had an excellent match with Marcus Holloway on television in JTV 19. Now, what do you remember? What might you remember about that match, and what do you have to say about Marcus Holloway?
I think Marcus Howell was a good performer. I had a lot of fun having that match with him. The back and forth, the fighting, I enjoyed it. You know, I don't really have much to say other than he's a great performer.
Right.
And behind the scenes, he's a laid back guy. He told me what he wanted to do, and I told him what I wanted to do, and then we just kind of collaborated. That's
Yeah,
that's
which is
how
cool.
it all
It's
is.
cool.
Yeah.
It's dope that y'all could work together behind the scenes to contribute. It's dope. It's
Mhm.
dope. And I like to hear that because if I was in the position I'm in, I think I would have been the same way. There's times when me and Shen butt head over the shows and whatnot, different things going on, different ideas. But at the end of the day, we're mature enough to go, we got to make sure everything is good for our show. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
We gotta be good. Whatever's going on, we need to just squash it and just the show's coming out. We got to work together. You know what I mean? So the fact that you can work with him, it's just cool. It's cool, and it's interesting how this shit just brings us together. It's almost like a black hole that's just sucking us in. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
All in there. So I like to hear that kind of stuff. You know what I
yeah,
mean? He's probably thinking dirty that he was
absolutely,
fast.
absolutely. But it's okay. It's okay. We can think it together. We don't got to say it.
Well, speaking of dirty, let's talk about how Shannon did you dirty when
Okay.
y'all went at it. You know, same night, you get this opportunity to take on Shen, and he puts the C division. What was it? I think it was the global title on the line. He had gotten the global title belt. You know, the title from his show. Um, he's got it. I believe that's the title. Correct me if I'm wrong. You get the opportunity to face him. He said, "I'm not. I'll put the belt on the line if you put your hair on the line."
Mhm.
You get the opportunity to work with this guy. I remember some of the things we talked about that during that time, and this is the opportunity where we get to just talk about it publicly.
Understood.
Another classic match, good TV. Um, just you know, outstanding work. It was big part of your idea to wanting to do that creative process of losing the hair and whatnot, and then just looking like Red Shoes with a beard after that was tanned from Brazil, but probably from Nicaragua, and then just a good program that there were different thoughts about it. You know what I mean? Um,
To
This
to
this is once again this is same night, October 16, 2021, episode 10, JTV 19. What would you like to say about that match? You was trying to get to it earlier. Now you can talk about it. What do you got?
That's a very controversial match. I mean,
I remember.
it However, it's what you said. It was a thing of beauty. It worked out how it was supposed to work out. I mean, a lot of things, a lot of things you can learn from a character, right? People
Right.
don't understand the advantages you have from 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 certain things, right? My character took a hit, right? He took a hit, shaved hair, look, out there looking like a fool. Let's be real. It was a beautiful match. It was well done, but at the end, something your aftertaste was seeing my hair look like red shoes, man. And, and I don't believe that it was taken how it was supposed to be took. Right? You think, oh man, that man's a clown. You would start to clown. But what I like to say is Keith Ocean was too hot. See, I knew I could look like a fool at the end of the day, but I knew I will not be denied. And what did I get from that match? I got Shendon. 2 out of 3 falls. That's what I got. We're sitting there throwing our bodies on the line. And I believe that was the main event or the second to last main event, something like that. Something around those lines. So yes, I did look like a fool at the end, but the ends did justify the means. And I was still submission champion. And it benefited me very well. It was it was it wasn't one of my finest hours either. I won't sit here and cap. I'm not gonna sit here and tell you I had a blast. You know,
Right.
I gave him my heart, man. I gave him my
Yeah.
spirit. I gave him my spirit, and he gave me his, and that's what happened at the end of the day. You know what I mean?
Right.
You can do nothing but go forward. You know what I'm saying?
Right. All right. Speaking of going forward, we moved to Halloween of 2021. John
Mm.
Skinner, Pumpkin Night. Now, by this time, looking at my questions, mm, I don't think Keith Ocean's around anymore.
No, I am.
Oh, yeah, he is. Yeah, he is. I see
I'm
him. Okay.
definitely. I know
So,
why
so
you would want to forget that at this time. I know why you would want to forget that, but it's okay.
nah, because I was thinking of a different Pumpkin Night.
Yeah,
But I
no,
mean,
I know.
if you
I'm t-
got your feelings hurt, that's too damn bad. I don't
no,
give a damn.
no. I'm saying I know why you would forget this particular pumpkin night, though. I understand why it would slip your mind that I wasn't there. But you
Oh,
could continue.
because you tapped my ass out. Hooray!
We don't
Great
got to
job.
talk about it. Go
We
to
don't
skip.
have we don't
skip.
have to talk about that. Go to commercial, as a matter of fact. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. We have John Skinner here, who we want to ask him about October 31st, 2021 Pumpkin Night, when he suffered a loss as well to that boy right there, Shendon. They had an outstanding program. They had a Negan versus, was it Goku?
Goku. Hmm.
You was Broly, or who were you?
That was
Goku.
Goku.
So
Yeah.
he was Goku, and during the match with Shendon on Halloween, he had went Super Saiyan, which was dope. You know what I mean?
One of my favorite matches of all time.
And if you watch that match, they had cool entrances and everything. Um, they had a really cool closing spot at the end of the match. Set a table up on the mat, and he had grabbed Skinner on the top turnbuckle, and he power bombed him Kingdom's Curse from the top for the 1, 2, 3. That was a classic match. That was a loud match in terms of the art form of CAW. What do you want to say about Shendon, and what do you want to say about that match? I mean, I guess you got to say nice things, huh? Since he's your boss, you know.
Well, regardless, that was one of my favorite matches I've ever been a part of.
It's one of
Because
your
at
best
that
matches
time,
you ever did. One of the biggest matches you ever did.
because at the time I was only there for about like a year at that time,
Yeah.
so it was a big step on my part. I get to fight one of the greatest performers of JTV,
Yeah.
and I got to fight him, and now I'm a part of the same faction with him, kicking ass and taking names.
Yeah. That too, Skinner. That too. Lavish. Yeah.
Lavished.
All right. So I think that's good enough. let's move it along. Let's see if I want to ask y'all about this. Uh, um,
Nah,
I'll let. What happened?
don't move on. We still on the 31st, October 2021. We still there. We didn't leave.
All
We
right.
didn't
Well,
leave.
let's talk about October 31st of 2021.
I
Let me
went.
scroll back up. You had an opportunity to call me out, get in the ring with me, and we finally was able to sign the contract and go ahead and have this match.
Mhm.
It is one of the greatest matches I'm proud of in my career that I had. Um, I know you a little bitch for beating me by submission. It was a great match. You still a little bitch. And if I ever get another chance to have another DVD, have another K7 Hits Part 2, I'd love to have that match on there. If y'all, this is going to sound very dark, but if y'all ever got to make a tribute video to me about all my matches, put that one on there. Me and Keith Ocean, October 31st, 2021.
I
It was
appreciate
it was a
it a lot.
match that I never knew if it was going to happen, but I wished it would happen because as the door was kind of closing for me a little bit, and the years was coming across, I was thinking, what next and how? You know what I mean? A lot of y'all poke the bear a lot of the time about getting me in the ring in matches. One of the things that I wanted to do when I had taken a break before I had came back, I'm trying to think in my head. Um, it was before BKS and all that. Let me make sure I'm not lying. I think it was like before that or sometime after I started telling myself, you have to start wrestling against the next generation because people need to be able to say, hey, I wrestled Kevin Impact. So I told myself I need to try to be in what good shape I can and contribute however I can. And this opportunity presented itself, and we decided to tie up. We had this match, uh, classic, one of my favorite matches. Proud of it, and I'm honored to have been in the ring with you. Going into the match, I had the same respect, but now years later, going back, thinking, realizing what it was, I'm honored to have been in that match and to have had you tap me out because I lost to one of the greatest of all time, and it was something that I think over time was maybe proven by or foreshadowed. But the thing is that I think now people believe it more than they believed it then, and it's probably the same for you.
Mhm.
It damn sure wasn't an easy fight. I gave you a war, but we
Mhm.
got in the ring and we had a hell of a match. You know what I mean? You started beating me up. I started coming back, beating the shit out of you, and then you got me in a submission. You got the job done. You did what needed to be done to secure the victory, and that is uh, was that's the way things work sometimes. Sometimes people are not going to like the way you end the match, the way you do things, but that's what this wrestling business is all about. You know what I mean? Whether it's count out, whether it's cheating, whether it's disqualification, whether it's pinfall, submission, whatever, knockout, some people not going to agree. People not going to like it. They're going to say it's cheat, but
Beautiful.
that's what you have to do sometimes to get shit done.
Mhm.
And I'm not saying what the way you beat me was cheap. I'm saying that you did what you had to do to get the job done and take the bag home. You did the right thing in my eyes.
Mhm.
Maybe not everybody will agree with it. I don't have a problem with it. I think you did. I'm glad you did it because you did the right thing to get the
Uh-huh.
job done. Had things been differently, I don't know. Had things been differently, I would have enjoyed beating the fuck out of you all over and hitting your ass with the Plague of Impact multiple times before just pinning you. But 2K had different plans. Um, Great match. Would not change it. Would not take it back. But
Mhm.
wouldn't mind running it back.
Understood.
Ultimate Showdown 6 is coming up, and I'm looking forward to that event. Should be a great show. Um, and I pass the mic to you. Whatever you want to say about that match before we move on, because this ain't
I
about
want
me.
I want to a couple things actually. I want to talk
Oh,
about that match. I went back and watched it uh about a
oh,
couple
okay.
times since it's been out, and
Oh, that's cute.
one of the concurring things I see keep happening consistently. One of the things I noticed, it was like watching a New Japan match because the change style of wrestling it was.
Okay.
It was it was definitely, you could tell that there was a focusedness that was just the spirit going at it. You know what I'm saying? It was like just, how can I say? It was two men going at it, and they knew and understood one man was walking out. And but at the end of the day, both men put on a show, and it was beautiful. It was beautiful. I mean, I did an edit to that Diarrhea Jane. That shit just fit. Yo, that's just beautiful. It's one of the matches that I hold dear to me because it was a sporadic, out of nowhere match. It was just popped up.
Absolutely. Full in a
It,
room of very important people. I agree.
it, yeah, definitely, definitely. I like how you threw that in there. That was nice. Um, but yeah, it was just out of nowhere, and
I believe you.
it was beautiful also because before that match, I fought Shendon, and y'all and Shendon had y'all little thing going on, and then I get to fight you. So it was, it was like
I
it,
love it.
it intertwined with it intertwined to what I said. I just got my fucking hair cut.
Mm.
I just got looked like a fool, and I'm sitting out here, Red X versus the Punisher, Keith Ocean versus Kevin Impact. And let's talk about how I finished you. I have uh,
Mm.
when you are a champion, you are the representation of that championship, right? You hold that, you hold the prestigiousness to it, and what you do can make it more prestigious than it is. And the submission champion is what I held. That's what I was. That's what I represented. And and all I did was display that representation, and that's how I won. I I I submitted you. I did my signature. My that's what do they say? What's the word? That's vintage Keith Ocean right there. That's what that was. Me tapping you out. It was nothing new. It was nothing that nobody haven't seen before. You suffered the fate that others have suffered. I mean, if others didn't suffer that fate, I wouldn't be submission champion. So what I'm trying to tell you is, yes, you're right. I did what was needed to be done, and I did what I did before to win. You haven't suffered. Other people suffered that same fate, like I said. So it was nothing new. It was nothing surprising. It wasn't a dirty trick. It was the same old Keith Ocean. That's what that was. And I'm sorry if that's a tough pill to swallow, but that's what that was. and and I was honored to be a part of that match because Kevin Impact, a little mixed up. Kevin Impact,
He can't stop thinking about himself. Yeah. Kevin Impact, what? What do you
one
want
of
to say?
one of one of the biggest
Lavish.
JTV, and it was
Yeah.
just it was beautiful to go toe to toe,
One
man
of
to
the
man
biggest.
on him. Yeah, one of the biggest. Keith Ocean is the biggest name at the JTV, but you're one of them.
I
You know
see
what I
that.
mean? I'd say top five.
Mm. Thanks for the compliment.
Hey, at least you're not the man that JTV forgot. You know
Uh,
what I mean? I mean, you could be stuck with that moniker, but you're
uh,
not.
At least I'm not a
That's
big pile of dog shit.
oh, man.
what?
Well,
What'd you say, Skinner?
Don't worry about it. If you didn't hear me, you don't need to know anymore.
speak, speaking speaking of dog shit,
Mhm.
um, listen, Skinner, take it easy. I'm warning you. I'm warning you, Skinner. So you had an opportunity, and I'm not looking to ask you about this match, but you could say things about it if you'd like to.
Mhm.
You were embroiled in a three-way dance endurance match at the Christmas show 2021.
Mm. Mm. Mm.
It aired January 1st of 22, the same year that you went on to do a lot more dirty shit in JTV. But before we get to including interrupting my tribute at the Hall of Fame,
Mhm.
and even more than that. But besides, um, you had a three-way match where Adam Styles, if you remember him, I don't think anybody does, and Marcus Holloway.
Name
Mhm.
such
Marcus,
enough.
Marcus Holloway comes out victorious, and now you go on to uh, defend the JTV Submission Championship against Marcus Holloway after that hot victory. Uh, JTV 19, episode 11. This is January 22nd of 22.
Mhm.
And you beat Marcus Holloway after him getting the win in that three-way match. You get Marcus Holloway back. Anything of significance in that second match with Marcus Holloway with the title and retaining the title facing
Well,
him?
I'm kind of glad you brought up the other match, the three-way dance endurance match, because it intertwines with the two, because we chipped each other's shoulder in that match. You know what I mean?
Right.
He won that match. You know, so that match was kind of the spark and inspiration for me to win that submission championship. You ever heard? Sometimes you have to take an L to get the W, and for real, that was one of those moments. You know, I had to take the L to analyze. Okay, I'm about to face Marcus Holloway. He got two up on me. I got that submission champion. I tell people I will not be denied, and if I walk out there and walk back with no championship, it will show that I can be denied, and I was. So me walking into that match against Holloway in the cheetah print, I don't know if you noticed that, but in the cheetah print, going out there, going toe to toe with that man, I knew I had to walk out the winner. I knew I had no choice. It was my responsibility. It was my duty. All right, I had to take, but at the same time, that match where I took my oath in office, where I understood mentally that I'm champion. I'm submission champion. I because I beat Marcus Holloway, a man that I couldn't beat months prior, and to see that development, to see that change, the trajectory it took me mentally in my career, beautiful, beautiful heights.
That was that third meeting. It was personal, and it's
Hmm.
like it's like it almost seemed like every time y'all will work together, it'll just get better and better because the
Absolutely.
chemistry builds. Because when you have talented wrestlers going at it, which I just got to see a match I never knew that happened. Jushin Thunder Liger versus Jeff Hardy.
Hmm.
That's a
Yeah.
match for the gods, okay? And if you don't know who Jushin Thunder Liger is, you got to look into it. You need to watch Jushin Thunder Liger and get I mean everybody knows Jeff Hardy. Most of y'all are ruthless aggression kids. You know what I mean? But I'm a kid with an attitude, if you will. And this kid with an attitude knows a thing or two about Jushin Thunder Liger. And I wasn't even a big Japan guy like that.
Hmm.
I got into it because of WCW, and then there were other promotions, Ring of Honor and all this shit started coming along, TNA, whatever. We could talk about that in a bit when we transition to WWE talk. But yeah, dream matches. This is just elevation of this dream match because nobody's ever said what I'm about to say, but it's true. There's dream matches, yeah, that you see maybe once, twice, a couple times, but every time you step into the ring with an opponent, that match is continuing to evolve. Nobody's never said that before. The match continues to evolve because every time you get in the ring, it's like, yo, you think we could do this match better than the last one? So it's like
Absolutely.
you're competing, and I'm glad I said that. And it's true. It continues to evolve.
Hmm.
That's stage three right there. That's
Hmm.
stage three before any tag, any war, anything else.
Hmm.
Stage three right there of a great tale, a great
And
saga.
it was one of them other undercover tales. You know, it's something that you had to see. You know
Right.
what I mean? something that you
I,
might not point your finger at, right? But it was still something beautiful. It was still
I,
something.
well, I got a lot of questions. Let me keep it going. Let
Hmm.
me go back to you, Skinner. Uh,
Mm.
anything of significance? JTV 19, episode 11, January 22nd, 2022. Nix got you in a steel cage match, and he won by escaping, just barely escaping. It was a war. It was a great match. It was another classic, not just from you, but for JTV. Anything you might want to say about that match that you might remember, or Nix?
And what I do remember is we were just going at it. There's nothing really big on what happened during that fight. We just decided to get in there and just fight.
But that was your first cage match, so it was just a match. It was just a match. Typical day at work for you. Business was
Hmm.
conducted. I got you, brother. Okay, let me see if I want to talk about this one. Yeah, I'm not going to talk about that one. But JTV 19 episode 12. We're moving on in the future. March 26, 2022 might hold that date might hold some significance to you, Keith Ocean,
Hmm.
because on that day you stepped into the ring with another top movie star in JTV, Mr. Amazing, and
Hmm.
you tapped him out in a classic match, a great match, outstanding. And now, you've gone from being a jobber and being a rookie to getting paid. You've got the belt. You look good. You're one of the hottest commodities in JTV. You and Skinner have stepped up to the top. And now you're going up against Mr. Amazing in this big match, big pay per view match on TV. What do you got to say about that match? And what do you got to say about Mr. Amazing?
Well, I mean, I beat a former world champion. I mean, I beat a man that literally was not too long was he legit took his oath in office and was world champion. You know, and I tapped him out. You know what that that in itself is a beautiful thing. That in itself is an achievement of its own. So if that was for the submission title, if that was on the line, I would have walked out. Successfully defended my submission champion against the former world champion. What does that say? What does that tell you? What are you messing with? You're messing with an anomaly. And that's what people don't understand. That's what Keith Ocean is. All right. And a lot of people walk in the same place you walk in. The only difference is you. What's your name? What you do? How you work? And that was just a testament to that. You know what I mean? I went toe to toe with Mr. Amazing, and I walked out 10 toes down. So I don't know what to say, other than Keith Ocean is greatness, and that was to prove it. And,
Okay,
and
well, maybe both of you will have something to say about this next match.
okay.
April 23rd, 2022. You guys tag team for the first time ever in JTV.
Mm.
And
Real quick, real quick, real quick. You hear me? You hear me?
I hear you.
I I want to talk about this real quick. I know what match you skipped. Is is there is there is there like uh a like a solid reason why you skipped that match? Because I might be I'm not
Which,
good on
which match
information.
did I skip? I'm not following. Oh, you're asking about what I said. I'm not going to talk about that.
Yeah,
Yeah. It's not really important match.
understood.
Yeah, it
Un-
was a. I'm. Lo- I got to speed. I got to speed things up here, man.
yeah,
We've
you're
been
right.
on the
No,
air.
I just didn't know if there was controversy that I didn't know about, and
Oh,
that
that no, it's some controversy, but it's nothing major. and it
Understood.
has it involves Skinner.
I figured. Well, I know all my match. I figured. I was just saying.
Yeah, no, no. If you have to know, it's just that Billy had beat him, and he beat Billy back on an episode of JTV 19, episode 12. He beat Billy back, power bombed
Oh,
his ass, 10 4
understood.
1 2.
Understood.
Good job, Skinner.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
So
Billy
so
wasn't happy with him for doing
so
that.
basically, it's not really a question. It's more like Skinner would just be like, "Yeah, I got my payback. Fuck him." You know.
and he
Yeah.
So
never say that. You're right. You're
so
right.
that
You
yeah, I mean that's about it. There's no point to ask him that. So
understood.
you beat Mr. Amazing, but y'all tagged up for the first time against Three-Way Deadlock, JTV 19, episode 13.
Hmm.
That's the first tag team match y'all have in JTV. Uh, what do y'all make of that match with them? Any thoughts?
There,
Any backstage story or anything?
I'm the funny you said backstage story. I mean, there was controversy to the layout of the antics that happened after the match. However, I will say that's on me because my lack of staying on top of that, you know,
Yeah,
um, and just letting it slide, not following up on, you know, and that's nothing to the parties that were involved. That's nothing at all. Like I said, that's on me. Um, I take responsibility for how it played out because I could have stopped it if I paid attention enough. So for that, I'd say the controversy was it was what it was. But at the end of the day,
Oh,
it was a beautiful
oh,
match.
and for whoever's listening, you're gonna want to stick around because it's about to get real controversial in here after this for my next one. But I'm listening to you. Go ahead. It's about to get real interesting. This show. Go right ahead. I'm listening. I'm
It
gonna
was
stand up
just
for it too.
it
So
was also a testament and a taste of what Skinner and Ocean could give to the tag team division. And we just tested the waters. It played out how it
yeah,
played out. We didn't
yeah.
get the victory we would want, but we got a beautiful match.
But
And
did Giant did Giant enjoy working with them?
no, no, not at all.
Nope. It-
Oh man, it was a displeasure working.
Well,
Yep.
from that statement, yeah, it wasn't. It
I see
wasn't.
that.
I
I
It's
see
would
it's
that.
say.
kind of a
I
match I
wouldn't
don't really
say.
want to talk about, but
It was. It was definitely
I see
one
that.
party more than the other party, though. If
Right.
if if, if you're catching my drift,
I,
I
I
just don't.
I'm
I
I see
just
the
don't.
picture.
I don't like Jaden Nix, man. I don't like the way his head sit on his shoulders. I just don't like the way he
Yeah.
the breath before he speaks. It's just something about this guy just ain't right, and
Mm.
I can't put my finger on it. And the man's just mischievous in the first place.
Mm.
He just seems like a mischievous person. And I just don't rock with. But no, on a serious note, it was what my mindset believed it was gonna be, and maybe that's why it was it. You know what I mean? Um,
that
Right.
was curious.
it it
Starting to
was
get edgy in here. I like it.
yeah. I can't see the comments, so I don't know what people are saying, man.
Oh, I'm talking about this. I'm not talking about the comments. I'm talking about this conversation.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely, absolutely.
I'm
It,
barely looking at the comments.
I feel like it's just the beginning. But I'll hand you the mic.
Just the
It was a
beginning one.
beautiful match.
Yeah. 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 All right.
Mm.
So I mean, Three-Way Deadlock against Ocean Mafia. You know, always sounds like a nice slice of paradise. You know what I mean?
And
Because it's such
that it
a
was.
dream,
That it was.
such a dream match. Despite politics in the locker room backstage. I mean, come on, this is professional wrestling.
Hmm.
Guys is gonna hate each other, love each other. I love it. This is how this shit is gonna be. You know what I mean, but speaking of love and hate, let's talk about someone who was a prospect, may be his own anomaly in JTV. Um, uh, probably a well meal, unfully done. You know what I mean? I could think of a bunch of stuff to say about this person, but you've been in the ring with him. I only got to stand in the ring with him in BKS,
Mhm.
especially with everything going on. And I think it's a good time finally publicly to discuss and address the topic of AJ Jenkins.
Mm. I was I
Man.
was I was waiting. I
Hey, I,
didn't
I
come.
warned everybody. I've warned everybody about this episode. You know what I mean? It was going to be something completely different. Um, and we're not shying away from none of this. You know what I mean? We're here to shed light on things and keep things real. Um, you got an opportunity to work with AJ Jenkins quite a few times on camera, off camera, and he was always so damn talented and so positive when he wanted to be the bright light in the chat. And something wasn't bothering him or giving him a reason to cry about something. Um, Something was bothering him, whatever was wrong with him. We tried the best that we could to fulfill his needs of what he needed as a talent, as a performer. Um, I to this day, and I can't prove it, but I to this day still am in debate on whether you guys walking out had anything to do with his exit. Uh, but he I think is a talented kid. Um, I had a lot of love for him for a long, long time. Things became a little different as time went on. I know he was close with Corey, talked to a couple people, stuff like that. And usually when I get a negative energy, I sort of back off, and I really don't want to associate myself with like negative energy. Uh, I don't have a problem with the person who portrayed AJ Jenkins, the character. Um, I don't hate him or anything like that. It's respect and love. It's respect and love because he's a great performer. I'm honored that he get to wrestle in my ring. I don't regret signing him. Phenomenal talent. There were people who were very upset within JTV. I don't know what happened. Never came to me. Never, you know, uh, never came to me with a closing plan, a retirement plan, nothing like that. And that's just not the way you do business. I mean, that's the reason Corey got hot at you earlier. You know what I mean, Ocean, and was talking his trash because it's a really foul way to go about it because y'all had it good in JTV since the beginning. Y'all didn't come here and was manipulated. Maybe there was some politics, but that had nothing to do with me, and it had nothing to do with JTV. That was other people playing their card, playing their role of what they wanted. You know what I mean? And for a place that was called toxic and this and that and yada yada yada, it's interesting how a lot of the people who were saying it was right when they went away, the toxicity didn't continue. A lot of people saw that and they found that to be as interesting as I thought it was interesting. So I don't know. I don't know why AJ is not on the JTV roster. I don't know why he is competing. He's not competing. Um, he came to he went to no, he didn't come to anybody. He went on Facebook, simply copied and pasted, and made it well understood that he is leaving. Never said anything to anybody. You know what I mean? First thing I'm thinking is something personal is going on. So before I'm judging him, I'm thinking, wonder what it can be. But at the same time, it's not cool. Was I pissed at all of you? Yeah, you damn right I was. I was very upset about it. It was very disappointing. I had to take a break. I took a break last year. It's like 2 years ago. It's been a while. It was last year. Last year, I took a break for a while. I started to become mentally ill a little bit because I said to myself, what is the point of me putting so much effort into this goddamn show and try to make Jocelyn and everybody a superstar when they don't give a shit, or trying to make people a superstar when all they really care about is stealing my personal information and my personal pictures and being fucking weird and being just about ego. I want this, I want that, give me this, give me that. You know. So I became mentally ill a little bit before that, and then after that, with you guys hitting the road and then him splitting, it just became weird to me because I'm like, okay, so you made all this effort for these kids, you got your ass in the ring, you did this, you did that, you tried to write, you tried to plan. There's a lot of creative plans, big creative plans for AJ Jenkins before he just walked up. He walked out. He pulled a Stone Cold Steve Austin. He walked out is what he did, just like y'all. Y'all outsiders this bitch. So yeah, it did piss me off and it did disappoint me because it's like, what is the point if like that's what's gonna be done to me? They don't respect you and they don't give a damn about you. And that wasn't the case. We've talked, me and the Ocean Mafia over here, we've talked. But the thing is that you gotta know when you're living through something and going through it, you can only really think of it from that perspective at that point in time. If you got shot, you're not thinking of like nothing else other than you got shot, and now what? Are you going to die? Are you going to get to the hospital? You're not thinking of like after. So, I was frustrated with that shit. It pissed me the hell off. I did not deserve that. I deserve a lot better from everything that I've done for you guys' career. And with him, to get up like that was very disrespectful. Very disrespectful. Didn't reach out until later on, and became a situation that it was, um, like I said, I had spent months writing for his character. AJ Jenkins was going to put his 5-star championship on the line at Chemical Warfare against Mr. Amazing. Would have been one of the greatest historic matches of all time in CAW. AJ never came to me, never went, hey, what are creative plans or anything? Like I said, just went on Facebook and see you later. Not cool. Never will be cool, but I don't hate him and I forgive him. It's no big deal because I look at it like, AJ's a kid and I'm an old man now. So I can't hold on to that and just hate him for that. And it's video game related. I will not hate him for that. So if he thinks I have a problem with him or hate him, whatever he wants to think, I don't. I'm just disappointed that the way he handled things, and to be fair to him, he talked to Shendon, he talked to Corey, you know what I mean? And he even reached out to me eventually. And when he reached out to me, he was trying to negotiate to have a farewell match. At that point in time, that's not how that works. So I just wished him happy Pride Month. We kept it at that, and and ever since,
That's
it's just been interesting things that happened. This part I am not going to say because I don't think I have to say these parts. But it was just really disrespectful when I've given him so much. I took him out of the mud that he was in. He was drowning in shit where he was at, and we gave him the opportunity to become a major deal, and he did become a major deal. At first, I was not sure about the One-Eyed King. He presented the concept to me, and I told him, I think I can help you bring it to life. We successfully brought it to life. One-Eyed King worked out very well with the eye patch. I was hyped, and we was heading to an anime direction. But then you get up and just leave. You got a championship. You're getting pushed. You're at the prime of your career. Why can't you just talk to the guy? You got personal things going on. Why can't you just talk to the guy? I got personal shit going on, J Kid. I need time off. Whatever. You know what I mean? I need to step away. Okay, well understood. You know what I mean? You leave the fictional world for a moment and you handle your business. You know what I mean? But to walk out like that in the middle of your prime with the championship when the promotion is putting this emphasis on you, it's not cool. And you guys follow the same path, but the only difference is that we're actually close. And I think I've wanted to be closer to AJ. um I just wasn't sure. You know what I mean? I wasn't sure there how to approach, and I just kept feeling like every time I got try to get closer to him, it was just like me forcing myself to be his friend. So I was just like, I'm not gonna do that. I won't do that because it's just not me. So I just kept it business, you know. Times when he messaged me, talk with me, and it would be like passion or just us laughing because we have a very nice time together when we'd be in the chats just laughing at stupid shit. It mean a lot to me, and I cherish that. Um, so I got respect for the kid. I'm not hating on him at all. You know what happened happened, and I thank him for his body of work to the pro wrestling circuit. Now, changing that, and with that being done and out the way, we switch over to you, uh, Keith Ocean,
Hmm.
episode 13, JTV 19, April 23rd of 22. You submitted AJ Jenkins to retain the
Hmm.
submission championship, second match of the night, main event match like that. Uh, now, here's the thing. After what I just said about AJ Jenkins, I would like to give both of y'all the opportunity, uncensored, nobody stopping you, holding you back, for y'all. If y'all want to say anything, address the AJ thing, and add on to what I said, you can, or you could talk about this match. It's up to y'all. Mike is in your hands.
Skinner, you can go first if you want.
It's your match, buddy. You go ahead.
Well, I would like to say this pertaining to the whole AJ situation, meaning what he did on Facebook and shit. I'm gonna say this: I did what I did, and that's what I did. I can't take it back. I'm not saying anybody gonna take it back. I'm not saying I would take it back. I did what I did, what I thought was necessary at the time, and I live with that. Um, that's as much as I could say. I don't want to get too deep into it because then, I was thinking, but it's not that it sounds like excuses, but it's a lot of explaining and doing explaining sounds like excuses. So I'll take the bullet. I mean, anytime somebody throws that at me, that's well said, well done, well said. You right, you know, and it's a consequence to my action. I ain't no kiss ass. I ain't gonna lick nobody ass or anything. However, when I'm wrong, I'm wrong, and I won't be afraid to admit that. You know. So it's a beautiful day with that.
I I
However,
don't give a damn about it. I've moved on.
no, 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 no.
If
I
you're
know
wondering.
that. I'm just saying my piece.
He's saying in general, but I'm just letting y'all know just so that we understand where we're at.
Hmm.
I'm too old to be holding on to these little JTV grudges, so I'm not doing it.
Hmm.
It was not cool, and it does touches on personal lines because it's like we're still doing this. You know what I mean? And if I'm putting the effort to this, I'm doing something creative for y'all, and this is like just spitting in my face. You know what I mean? That's all it is. In continuation, if you got more to add to the AJ Jenkins thing,
Oh, I
Mike
was
is all
gonna go on
yours.
the match now. I was just gonna go on the match.
Okay, before you go to the match, let me give anything you want to add to Skinner before we continue.
I can't really say nothing about him because if you think about it, we did the same thing, and it's not right for me to go ahead and judge what he did based on what I did. So I'm not going to go into that.
Well said.
I have nothing else to add. I have nothing else to add. Great response. Okay, you could talk about the match. What you got?
It was a great match. It was two talent. I was there before him. However, he was building a name for himself. It was a great
Right.
main event. It was a great time to have us two go at it,
Yeah,
especially in my home, a JTV 19. He was starting to make that his home,
yeah.
but Keith Ocean put an end to that. And I'll say what it- how can I say this? How can I say this? It was a great match, and it was great for me to put somebody in their place. You know, it felt like all those wrestlers that were whooping my ass in the beginning. I got to be there for a minute. I got
Yeah.
to be there for a minute. You know what I mean? The young guy. I got to have that moment. You know.
You
So
kept holding it down after that. You didn't look back.
no,
And
no,
and
you can't.
and you took and was taking the submission championship to heights it never been. You took it
Absolutely.
to heights it
Heights
never been
that
ever.
that Colin Klein couldn't have taken. Heights that whoever holded the champ, Mr. Professor, whatever the fuck his name was. Heights to all these people that
Damn.
hold the submission champion or
Come on,
aspire
man.
to
I
be
got
submission.
no kills, no damage watching, bro. Show some respect to the professional, man. He from my era with no kills, man. Chill out.
Listen,
You
listen.
know?
And I tell this, let me say this. Listen, I wasn't born in the 19th century, okay? I was born 03, 2003, August 8th, okay? I got nothing to do with the 19th century, everything to do with the 21st. All right, that's all me. Okay, that's all I know. That's all I could live from, and that's all I could feed off of. You know what I mean? That's just me. And I'm gonna say this. I feel like a lot of newer guys should have that attitude. I feel like they let shackles bind from the past because of course, their opinion of the people that watched it from the past are gonna have the opinion of the past. I mean, but it's up to you to show them the new, and that's what I've been doing, and that's what I do, and that's what Keith Ocean did, and I showed AJ Jenkins a little something new. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? Something he ain't never seen before, and tapped his silly ass out. You know,
You think you could whoop his ass if he came back to whoop your monkey ass? What do you
if
think?
AJ Jenkins put out a promo just on his page and said, "Keith Ocean, I want to face you one-on-one Ultimate Showdown 6."
I'll cancel that shit faster than I
Hey,
can say
thank you,
stop that.
thank you.
God
No, no,
damn.
no, no. I don't like that you said that before me because I had like a punchline, but it's all right. It's
Well,
all
what's
right.
the punchline? I want to
No,
hear
it's
it.
too late now. You know, I was buttering it up, softening it up, hitting the punches. Anyways,
It seems pretty
what,
toasty to me. Take it out. Let's
what I
see.
was trying to say was,
Whoa, 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 whoa! You can put that away. You gonna put somebody's eye out with that shit? All right, now, Shaq,
yo,
chill
bro,
out, yo. All right, take it easy now. Look, maybe we should just move on.
let's
All right,
move on. Let's do that.
yeah. Let's talk about an excellent match that took place at the first JTV 19 pay per view event, JTV Ragnarok. You know
Mhm.
what I mean? This was a major event. Y'all drew numbers. You got
Last match on
subscribers for
18.
the channel. Mad shit. John Skinner got to step into the ring in a one-on-one match against Ryan Seal.
I
Hey,
like that
And
match.
and what would you like to say about him in the ring? And what do you want to say about that match, Skinner?
That match was a good match. We went back and forth over and over.
You do enjoy working with the guy. Great talent.
Of course I do. He's great talent. Especially when I kept on kicking out of his moves.
I mean, me as a proud father, I'm gonna. I was watching Trish Stratus last night. Long story short, she said something about Lillian Garcia for the Hall of Fame, right? She said, "I'm gonna put this out there to the universe. Universe, do your thing. I'm gonna copy the legendary Trish Stratus.
Mhm.
Universe, do your thing. Shall we see Ryan Seal versus John Skinner for the World Heavyweight Championship? Universe, do your thing.
That would be a slobber knocker.
Maybe it could be a triple threat like that. You could lay down for Shendon, you know, just let him pin you and shit before Ryan gets to the ring.
yeah,
But
he,
He
Ryan is
got fingers
shit
of
on
death shit on
time.
me.
Dangerous man. That man dangerous, man. That man
all right,
dangerous.
speaking of dangerous, a very dangerous man in JTV Wrestling who just happened to be a lot of our favorites. Who, if he was on his shit and did more, could really be a massive name in JTV Wrestling. And I've, of course, am talking about PJ Storm, Phoenix Fusion. Phoenix Fusion PJ Storm. This kid has the look. He's got the ability in the ring, and a little bit of the character is enough for him to be able to do his shit on the mic. So in many ways, he's like the total package. Um, you had a match with him at the same event as Skinner had at the JTV Ragnarok, and y'all killed it. Y'all killed it at that event. Y'all was doing crazy shit from left to right. I'm a huge fan of that match. If you like technical wrestling and high flying, you got to watch that match. JTV Ragnarok with Keith Ocean and PJ Storm. Um, what would you like to say about the Phoenix Fusion, PJ Storm, and anything about that match, Keith Ocean?
I'd like to say he's great talent, but I sent his ass home. Um, I came out on top. You know, I didn't know who I was facing. I could have faced Gorilla Monsoon for all I knew. You know, so what I'm trying to say is I went into the match thinking it could have been anybody. It could be anybody. Hell, it could be Shendon. It could be it's his show. You know what I'm saying? It could have been anybody. It was a mystery opponent. But at the end of the day, I will not be denied. And no matter who it was, I'm gonna put on a show and I'm gonna walk out with that gold. And that's what I did. I put on a show, put them through a couple tables, tapped them out, and went about my day. Walked out with the gold. Mission accomplished. You know, did what I had to do. Definitely a 5-star. One of a 5-star in my mind. It was definitely one of those matches I had to be on my toes and adapt to certain different elements. You know, because he's a technical guy, like you said. The talent speaks for itself. Um, but I tamed that talent and I overcame that talent and I won. Still your submission champion.
Right.
Proud of you. You want a cookie? Oh.
No, I already had one for that match, but thank you.
All right. Well, we're moving along to John Skinner, and we're moving along to Mega Rush. Uh, a few things have happened in my script in the story leading to this very important match. And even though this match ended in a no contest, it was still full of significance because it was John Skinner's first Mega Rush match after being told you're coming up. So congratulations to him on that. Him working hard to earn that opportunity to go to Mega Rush into the main roster, and in his career. Um, on the way to that match, we experienced in on September the 3rd, Rage in the Cage. Ocean submits AJ Jenkins 2 out of 3 and retains the title. AJ still learning. Ocean is still learning. He's picking up from that. Mega Rush 127. Ocean debuts against the Funk Man Funky Carter. Put a beat down on that boy. Sent the message to both of you. Because Skinner was in the match with Colin Klein, and it ended in a no contest. But the both of you are now past the first two levels. You done did JTV 19. You done did, next gen or tasted it or tried it. Why were you guys on next gen for just a short while? Because you didn't need to be on next gen. You already established talent. You already main event talent by the time you got to Mega Rush. So a visit to next gen was just to say you did it. It looks good on the resume. Doesn't mean you can't go back, but it definitely looks good on the resume. So now you're where you belong. You're in the main roster. Sky's the limit. What are you guys thinking? This time we'll start with the Skin Man. Now that you've made it, how do you feel?
I was excited. I was prepared for the worst and I was prepared for the best. All I do know is I was ready to go out there and entertain and kick ass or get my ass kicked. With either one, you know.
Right. I mean, you definitely got a lot of ass kickings coming for you in the future, being with BKS. That's guaranteed. So you and ass kicking should become a tag team because you're going to be well acquainted, especially this year. Uh, what about you, Ocean? What does it mean to you finally getting the Mega Rush, like living the dream?
I felt like it could have came sooner. I mean, I'm champion. I
Yeah,
defended it. I made evented. I'm over here on pay-per-views stunting, you know, making a lot of seasoned guys look unseasoned. You know what I mean?
Right.
So it was. I felt like it was about damn time, and what I did on Mega Rush, right? What I did to Funk Man Funky Carter, like you said, I set an example. I wasn't gonna let what happened with Tony Loco happen again. I don't make the same mistake twice. All right, and with Funky Man Funky Carter, I had to knock some sense into him. I saw potential, and that ass whooping was a lesson, and a lesson well learned. I will say for Funky Man Funky Carter,
You're a
but
cool man.
mhm,
You enjoy working with him?
absolutely, he's unorthodox. You know, he's a different type
Sure
of stuff.
is.
A party guy too. You know,
Sure is.
you
I
know
mean,
what I mean.
if he was on his shit, I mean, he could just do more. You know.
And to be seen, to be seen,
To be
to be.
saying, yeah, I agree with you. You know what I mean? But you
You
can't
know,
limit yourself in this business. You know, when anytime you get JTV airtime, you always got to make it the main event. You always got to make it the best. You always got to put the spotlight on you because if you hungry and you don't do what you're supposed to do, you don't eat. It's that simple.
absolutely,
You know what I mean?
absolutely,
Fun Man
absolutely.
has a sandwich from time to time because he wants to have a sandwich from time to time. Fun Man could be having lobster. Fun Man could be having caviar if you want to go that far. 5-star gourmet food, whatever he wants. It's just
Hmm.
that, of course, in JTV wrestling right now, it's like the Attitude Era 2.0. I'm gonna say that this is the Attitude Era 2.0 in JTV because you have so much talent that wants to be at the top. And it's the same with the WWE, but the WWE just has select people. You know what I'm saying? Why would the WWE want to push his talent when they got Charlotte Flair? I mean, come on, what's better than that? You know?
Hmm.
Obviously, I'm being sarcastic. So just he's swimming with a bunch of sharks in the Pacific Ocean.
Hmm.
But if you don't do your shit, you don't eat. It's just that simple. So I don't want to say too much about that because I don't see enough emphasis from the Funk Man. So I'm not going to spend too much time talking about him. When Funk Man start doing shit to impress me, I'll take him more serious. But in the meantime, he's nothing more than BKS scum, just like the both of y'all. You know what I mean? So moving on
I'm
though,
highly offended that you said that.
I don't give a damn. Moving on, we got um I thought the story going on with Funk Man and Keith Ocean was dope. From a fan, I like how he was trying to get in his head, yada yada yada, convinced him, and this soulless, cold-blooded reptilian bastard, palm tree, mop looking ass. Let me watch my mouth. This dude, Keith Ocean, convinced Funk Man to turn on Ray Geddes, and I like it. Moving on.
Wait, real
Uh,
quick,
Yo,
real quick, real quick. I know you try to move that on, but real quick, real quick.
no, I'm being an
See,
asshole. Go ahead.
see, I didn't convert. No, that's not what I do. I don't teach you what, I teach you how. And with Funk Man, I listen. Passion is what you manipulate, and that's what I manipulated through Funk Man. I saw what he didn't see in himself, and I had to drag it out of him so he could see it for himself. Right? I didn't force Funk Man to walk out there shirtless, walk out there with a steel chair and beat the shit out of Ray Geddes, then stomp a mud hole in his ass. I didn't do that. Funk Man did it. He did it on his own accord because I let Funk Man sit there and think. I hit him with that fate sealer, and that Funk Man that I hit it with, his fate was sealed, and the new one was born. But nobody paid attention. But time will tell. This is what I say, and this is what you'll see, and that's all. That's all.
Okay. Well, Pumpkin Night came in 2022.
Who? Let's talk
Yes.
about that.
Yes, sir. If
I,
you remember, we had a conversation a while back where we was like, yo, we were supposed to cover that and we didn't. And now we're
absolutely.
doing it. Now we're doing it.
And then I feel
I,
like
I warned you about this conversation. I warned you. Um, he never had a chance to talk about this match, and now he's getting the chance to talk about this match. And we have to talk about it because it adds into everything he was doing, beating me, Funk Man, and PJ Storm. You know, everybody he beat, all the big names, Mr. Amazing. You know, uh,
Mhm.
man, that Halloween match with Gorilla Cruz, Jesus Christ,
You rewatched it, right? You went back. I hope you
it's
went.
it's replay material for anybody, but that's a match that, like, let me just say we're lucky that we co-signed on it and
Mm,
said, yeah, let's do it, and not, oh, let's save it for later. You know what I
yeah,
mean?
yeah.
Excellent match. Another um dream match, but I don't want to build for too long, so I'll just hand you the mic. You know what to do. Tell me what
Uh,
you think
can you
of
throw a
Gorilla
couple
Cruz.
more things in there for 1 second?
Oh, yeah. So yeah, I mean, it's a big deal when you got Gorilla Cruz, because Gorilla Cruz have been a big deal in CAW. I want to say worldwide. I mean, all of us are worldwide. When you reach out,
Absolutely.
when you reach out to Kuwait, Japan, uh, um, anywhere in the Middle East, and Egypt, and Europe, and then you go, you know, you got Canada over here on top of us, but then over there you got, you know, United Kingdom. You got all these places. We got people in JTV from Australia. Um, you know, I was trying to sign one Jamaican guy, you know, but he was on some other shit. But that's besides the point. But you have different walks of life. And me and Cruz, I feel we butt heads. We butt heads because he's a Jersey guy. I'm a New York guy. So those two characters always have attitude around each other. And me and him have had our back and forth behind the scenes too, don't think. But we always handle our personal shit professionally. Anyways, great dream match for anybody that follows JTV. I recommend JTV Pumpkin Night 2022, Gorilla Cruz versus Keith Ocean. Now, are you ready now to talk about the match and him?
Yes, yes. I'm ready to talk
Okay,
about.
go ahead. What you got?
I want to say this is one of the proudest matches I've ever had, and I'll say the standpoint of it really
Fake
wasn't
Taylor. Yeah.
it exactly, exactly, and I like the fact that you said it goes to that match absolutely goes to the development of my character. I mean, I'm going up against a guy like you done named all his attributes, and he's a big guy too. He's a solid guy, and and you know, in the ring, it was. I had a different feeling. I didn't have the feeling like I was the prey. I had a feeling that that I was the predator, and 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 let me explain to you why. Keith Ocean, when he looks at his prey, he doesn't look at it like an average predator. No, he looks at all the elements he can attack, whether that be verbally, whether that be physically, whether that be mentally. All these different types of ways in that match. That's what I wanted to attack. I knew he would have the upper hand with strength, and strength wasn't what I could go for. Resiliency, the courage, the power to withstand these blows that he's given. Hey, yo, Gorilla Cruz is a straight up what he's advertised. He's a goddamn gorilla. That man is he's dominant. His record speaks for himself. But I wanted to let him know, and I wanted to let everybody know that he wasn't going to go through Keith Ocean. Keith Ocean was going to go through him. And so what
Mm,
if it took? I would have done a goddamn thousand faces.
mm,
All right, and that's what happened. That's what happened. That's what happened. His fate was sealed. Yes, he's a monster,
mm,
but
mm.
but listen. There ain't no monster like Keith Ocean. And don't forget that. And don't be fooled. Because I don't know if you guys notice, especially the people that are watching. I don't know if you see the pieces coming together, but like I said, and I said from the beginning, and I'll keep saying, I did everything for a reason, and that's one of the matches that show it, man. The progression of Keith Ocean was beautiful. It was beautiful, man. That match meant everything. Man, we had a promo after that match. Been there, but I want to talk about one of the heartfelt promos I've ever did for a vocal recording, bro. And it couldn't fit in there, too much time, shit like that. But it wa- that was a great match that I had. I enjoyed it. Gorilla Cruz, a great person. You know what I mean? We and he worked with me too. There was a moment I had to step out for the match, and so cool guy, man, solid man. It was a great match. He, I was just the better man, the better warrior, the better gladiator, the better, just a better man.
Working
And
with him is a day off, huh?
is a day off.
Yeah.
I mean, nah, I'd say I got the end of the day off. I got a couple hours. I can leave a couple hours early. That's what it was, and that's what I did. You know. I didn't tap him out either. I put him 1, 2, 3. I hope you can respect that at least, huh?
Um, I might do that. I might do that. What else I got here? Couple matches happened into 2022. You had
Yeah.
on Snow Showdown 2022. There was a three-way elimination match. Marcus, Corey, and Skinner.
Mm.
Corey came out on top. I don't know if Skinner wants to say anything about that. We progressed to a tag team match I had with the Random Aces, Mega Rush 130, May 10th, 2022. I mean, how was it working with the Random Aces? Were those tag team matches fun or what?
Well, I want to say, you saw what happened. You saw the tail of the tape, and the tape don't lie. It was well thought out. You could see we were more understanding of each other's ability in the ring, more
Yeah,
cohesive with each other. We just knew what we were doing in the ring, and we knew how to pick apart the opponents. That's all it took. We were just green as a tag team against the three-way deadlock. But like I said, don't make the same mistake twice. And we proved that. And then, are you talking about the Colin Klein and Funk Man match too, as well, or just the
it's
random matches?
it's in my list.
Understood.
Yeah,
Understood.
we have the Colin Klein and Funman tag team match for Mega Rush 129.
Mm.
Just to show you that I wasn't lying about not having it, I just gave you the date. So yeah, we could merge those together if you want. You could talk about that match too if you want to talk about it.
Um, I think that was another great match. An establishment to the versatility of our tag team against Funk Man and Colin. Just the way it. And I like that match in general. I like the back and forth, and I always like the edge on your seat type shit, and that's what that was. With the random aces, we demolished them one by one. We did what we had to. You know what I mean? We took out Billy, then we took out Mark Bannon, and I hope Mark
Right.
Bannon watching and listening, because I got a love hate relationship with Mark Bannon. You know, and I'll say that too because he was ducking me in JTV 19. I
Really?
wanted that smoke. I wanted that action. I wanted that motherfucker since day two.
Mm-mm.
I couldn't get him. But it's all right. I'm
Yeah,
gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. But anyways, back to what I was saying. It was I enjoyed Colin versus Funkman. I really did. I did enjoy that match. That was Pretty interesting. And it was two rivalries kind of going coinciding with each other. So it was a little nice little story dig there,
A
you
little
know?
bonus. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a pretty good little story that was building up. I was a big fan of that time, especially bringing in the Ocean Mafia. The Ocean Mafia is something that I wasn't ready for that to go away. You know what I'm saying? But I understand you had to change your bra and your panties and shit, and life happens. So,
Yeah.
um,
And put on actual underwear, right? It's
yeah, I
cool.
mean, wear boxes instead of panties
Yeah,
next time.
yeah,
But
that's if you want
you
to
know,
put it that way for the situation purposes, I'll let you put it that way. I won't say nothing back.
there
I
there,
won't.
there was a locker room myth that the um the Ocean Mafia with Frank Falcone, they all wear like the same underwear, but it's different colors and shit.
And that might be true. And at the end of the
It
day,
might
I
be, it
hope,
might be.
I hope everybody would know not to go up to them and approach them with that information because you might not walk back. But
I,
that's
I don't
my.
think anybody wants to ask them about their underwears, especially
I
Frank
would hope not.
Falcone.
I'm just saying. I mean, if we're
Frank
talking about it,
Falcone,
somebody might want to ask about it. You know what I'm
Frank,
saying?
Fa- Frank Falcone got that face like his shit is just melting off. Like he just Harvey Dent in the factory during the explosion, and it's just melting off. He's like it's just dying off,
Oh,
dead skin.
Nah,
Anyways,
got that JR shit, man.
before we get ahead of ourselves here, uh, let I don't know if I even want to talk about this, but I'm gonna do it because he's a Hall of Famer, and the match had been important to you, and it was a big build, and you went through a lot to bring him back to JTV. So, Ultimate Showdown. I mean, I got to talk about Ultimate Showdown. It's Ultimate Showdown. You know what I mean? You
Yeah.
get the opportunity to get on that card. You get before we even do any of this. How important is it to both of you to compete at an Ultimate Showdown? How important is Ultimate Showdown?
it's
It
very
was
important.
absolutely. It was the breath of fresh air I needed. The goal. It was like a goal reaching moment. It was like, okay, this is what I was thinking about a couple months ago. Now I'm here. What can I do? You know, because I still don't want to be denied. I still don't want to be set back. You know, just because I'm here doesn't mean that I made it. You know, and going into Ultimate Showdown, I was thinking about demolishing, Ray Geddes. How can I do it? What ways can I do it? You know, because at the end of the day, that's the goal. That's my opponent. That's the opposition. You know, I gotta, I gotta figure out a way to take out this man, or this man gonna take me out. You know, I gotta attack his character, or he's gonna attack mine. You know, that's just the type of mentality that Keith Ocean was going in with Ultimate Showdown. So, and I
But it was
didn't.
it was very interesting because this used to be a forgotten legend from the past,
Uh-huh.
and now it changed because now he's a part of your story,
Absolutely.
and I think that that's dope. It's interesting how that's a fact that
Mm-hmm.
before that he was just somebody some of us remembered, and then after that it's like now he's a part of the Keith Ocean story. So good for him. You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? He got the Hall of Fame. He got to get in the ring with you, and he was able to keep up because it was an excellent match that I had. Great working match. You
Absolutely.
know,
And I agree with you. Great for him, man. Knowing to work with me, knowing to grab that lifeline when I throw it. You know what I mean? And I didn't let him drown. I raised him up, and then I brought him back down. You know,
right.
of course, was it selfish benefits? 100%. And like you said, he's a part of the Keith Ocean story. And when you think about wrestlers, you're not thinking about one guy. You're thinking about multiple guys. Yes, there might be one guy that's consistent, but you're also thinking about the people he faced. And like you said, they're part of his story. I got Marcus Holloway a part of mine. I got John Skinner a part of mine. I got Shendon a part of mine. I got this person a part. So it's Funk Man. So it's just when you see all these people, you know what I mean? You're really thinking about multiple people, and that's how I kind of attack the Ray Getty situation, you know. And he's an older guy. People are gonna like, oh, that's an older guy. That's a. Let me see how this plays out. You know, it's just a name from the past, and sometimes that's what's good to have, you know. And that's what he had. That's what he brought to the table, and I made sure to take advantage of that, and made sure he understood his place. And you know, at the most ultimate show, I showed out ultimately, you know, and it was beautiful. It was beautiful. It was a beautiful show, and I was proud. And I felt like since that moment back in episode 2, that moment of being denied, episode 3, being denied, episode 4. Now I'm here. Now I'm here, and I'm in the field, and I'm winning consistently because I refuse to be denied. I refuse to be told that I can't because that's ridiculous. Because if anybody else can, how come I can't? Huh? If that guy could be up there breathing the breath of a champion, how come I can't either? How come my name can't be called? You know? And
Right.
that's how Keith Ocean looks at it. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Good answer.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very, very good answer. Soon we'll be ready to wrap up. Just a couple of more things that we will touch up on. So, looking into all this, um, John Skinner
Yep.
and Keith Ocean. There was an opportunity with this Ultimate Showdown to present an idea, a concept. It was an idea that I had mixed with an idea that you had, and we put it together. Um, I had came up with a concept of a cash in the case, which is a variation from the money in the bank concept. And I never used that. I never used that concept on TV. It hasn't been used anywhere. And I thought to myself, you can't. He came to me with this idea, and we started talking about pillars match, and we started talking about like a unique match put together in which you have some of the up and coming goats. And even though that match was a little frail to that idea, I think it still went well. The match is probably sitting like at over 200 views on YouTube or something like that, and it did pretty good. You know, I was happy to be a part of the Cash in the Case ladder match. On my way out after having a great match with Mr. Amazing at Showdown, and I thought, it'd be a good opportunity for us to get this going. Keith Ocean had a great video package for that showdown. That to this very day, I mean, I know it definitely raises the arm of my hairs. So everything was built nicely. So Keith Ocean coming out and presenting this very, very important, unique match was important to me. And we gave an opportunity to a couple people. I got to get in there with Dan Rapture and them. And even John Skinner was in there with Maverick. So that to me was a pretty dope match. You came out on top, John Skinner, and you walked out with the cash in the case briefcase. Anything significant from that for you
It
in
was
that
surreal. It was a surreal moment. I had a lot of fun doing that match, and it was a good opportunity to put another great match in my arsenal.
right? You got the
I
cat.
was
You had the cash in the case. I remember you making plans. You was like, I know when I'm going to cash it in and everything. It, are you making any plans to get that darn thing back or what?
I am actually. I've been thinking about it for a while.
Really?
I've just been keeping on the down low because I didn't know where to start and where
Well,
to
I know
go.
I know exactly where you could start. I got an excellent idea. Maybe you can help me out. Since you're so damn interested in the damn briefcase, how about when you see the guy that tells you what to do back at work, you get the first chance, you take that briefcase, you bring it back to my office. You know what I mean? You take it back to my office, and in return, I will give you a shot, an automatic shot at the JTV World Heavyweight Championship. All you got to do is bring me my briefcase because this is getting to the point where him and I are going to have a problem. Y'all got BKS all over that damn briefcase. That briefcase is in the possession of the wrong people. All right. The rightful owner is supposed to be Troy Jackson, and your boy decided to almost murder him on TV and gave him a damn stroke on the stage. When have you ever seen in wrestling, not non-segment, when ha-
That was good
when
TV.
it was
Okay.
good TV, but a man almost died, god damn it, you sick bastard. That ain't lavish if we get a
It
lawsuit.
was very much lavish.
That man was going to die on the stage. He had a stroke. Troy Jackson had a stroke on the stage on camera because of Shenton's attack. Now you made me say his name. You made me give him credit and make him feel great about himself. He's smiling right now, licking his lip. And if he had a gap tooth, I'm pretty sure he'd be sticking his tongue through the hole. Right,
Shandon's just proving why we are the greatest faction of all time. That's all he's doing. No
right.
harm, no foul, right?
Greatest faction of all time. I'll take my underwears off and show you the greatest tag team of all time. But we don't got to do all that. I'm trying to
Wow.
keep this kind of PG. You know what I mean? But it take a lot of cojones
Well,
to talk about some of this stuff. So if you want to bring me that
let's throw the
briefcase,
PG out the window.
hey,
No, we're not.
I'm the
Let's stick
GM.
with the spicy
I'm the GM around here. I'll give you 500 stacks and a shot at the world title if you bring me that briefcase, Skinner. But you know what I'm saying? And before we move on, you also had that hardcore title match. Uh with Kyle and Funkman and a three-way deadlock. That was a fun match.
I almost
Anything
had it, but
almost had it. Anything you want to
I
add to
almost
that?
had it.
Back to back, same showdown.
Yeah,
There isn't a lot of people that can say that. You know what I mean? There isn't a lot
in
of
the
people
ending,
that could
in
say,
the
"Oh,
ending, he just
I competed twice at showdown." Who could really say that on the same night?
in
You
the
know what I mean?
ending, it just felt like everyone was trying to pin everybody. That's
And
anything.
yeah, that was the idea. You know what I'm saying? It was the
That
idea.
was a crazy match. I was like, my heart was beating fast. I was trying to win.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I believe you. All
Also,
right.
one of my favorite matches.
Let's see. You got an opportunity in Japan, 2023, November 4th, 2023. You got to tag with Funky Man in Japan against the Brothers in Arms. How do you feel about the working with the Brothers in Arms in the ring? Do you enjoy it, and what would you like to say about that match?
Them as a team, they're a force to be reckoned with. Like I fought Ryan Steele a couple times, and he was hard 1-on-1. But when him and his brothers just come together like that, it's it's hard to compete. Especially since me and Funky Cardi only had like a few matches together. We don't really have much chemistry, you know?
Right.
Yeah.
All right.
Hmm.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Um, your last match on JTV. Moving ahead, you you was embroiled on JTV 19, episode 14, June 29th, 2024. Three-way dance match. New Blood, Max Nitros, Miss Cecile family member, and Troy Jackson. Originally, kayfabe, no kayfabe. You really didn't know that your title was going to be on the line, or should I say, the cash in the case, whatever, right? Match happens. We have to make a decision, obviously, because you're on your way out. Troy Jackson gets declared as the new recipient of the cash in the case briefcase. Did you watch it? Did you know about it? What are your thoughts on him getting the briefcase? And what else would you like to share about that time if
I,
you want to add anything?
I did watch that match. I think it was like personally, like out of character. I think it was good for business having him win that match. But I'm back now, and I kind of want it back. And I know Shandon has it, and I don't know if I should really give it to you, to be honest with you, because I do
So you're
think
not
whenever
going
I want.
you're not going to give me the briefcase because if you do, BK is going to beat your ass. Got you. I get it. I get
That's
it. That's.
not what I'm saying at all. You're putting words in my mouth, okay? I'm
I
just
mean,
saying.
you starting to give me vibes like you're expecting Keith Ocean to show up when you know
I'm
damn
just.
well that if you was to have Keith Ocean show up to save your ass, he wouldn't show up, and he just
I'm
won't
just
be
saying. I
there.
do things
So
on my own time. That's all I'm saying. I do things on my own time when I feel like doing it at that time.
all
That's
right,
all I'm
why don't you just eat some cold snow and shut your damn mouth for a moment?
saying.
I mean, that works for me. Okay, so that was your last match in professional wrestling for a while. Keith Ocean goes away. Um, I'm thinking it's a done deal. I'm thinking, damn, he was talented. It sucks. Just like Ocean, just like AJ Jenkins. That's what I'm thinking. So I'm like, well, you need to, you don't want to, but you need to like put in your head that it's over and you need to forget about John Skinner. Okay, it's over. He doesn't give a damn. You can't force him. Nobody can force him, and you need to move on and forget about the game changing because the game just changed. But the game did change because out of nowhere last year, big shocker, big shocker. John Skinner returns to JTV. I didn't know it was going to happen. You probably didn't know it was going to happen, but little by little, it just happened. And I'm glad I was able to make peace with you for it to happen because the fans deserve it and you earned it. It don't matter what I think. At the end of the day, if it's an issue I have, I feel like that's for me to deal with on my own, if that makes sense. And I did. So you come back, you shock everybody by targeting somebody you never targeted before. And not only are you rocking the BKS colors, amigo, you go in there and you done beat the shit out of the All-Star kid Corey Flash. And you did it when he already had gotten his ass beat. So you picked the right time to whoop his ass because he was already down. Mark Bennett done laid the smackdown on his candy ass all over the SmackDown hotel. And here comes Lavish to whoop that ass. Take me through some of that process. How did it feel coming back to the pro wrestling circuit? Uh, and how did it feel whooping his ass that night and coming back home?
Felt amazing. Hitting Corey, I almost said Craft. Corey Flash with the steel steps,
Yeah.
beating the shit out of him, stomping a mud hole on his ass. And then later during that night,
And that's when
me and
Lavish was born. He's like, Lavish.
And later during that night, me and VIP did the same thing and beat the shit out of those two monkey asses.
I like Lavish because I feel like when somebody's going through a hard time and you look in the mirror and then you smile and be like, Lavish. It's like
That's
all
all
your
you gotta
problems
do.
just go away. So it's a positive thing. And I like it. And I'm glad that We all work
Mhm.
together to unlock Lavish as a playable character in the JTV world. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? But speaking of the JTV world, you returned back to the JTV world and stepped into the ring. Past that return, JTV 19. Now, on top of the fact that you returned at JTV 19, episode 14, to whoop Corey's ass, which is a homecoming for you. Am I getting that right? Yes, I am.
Mhm.
Um, Coming home at JTV 19 and then going into Pumpkin Night. You got the whole Hollywood Hogan shit, the Hulkamania thing going on,
Yeah,
which
I
had
didn't
people
like that.
you out here coming. I liked it. You're coming out to the rock and roll Hulk Hogan theme, and you being an asshole and everything, and you selling BKS merchandise and everything. So you've been making a big impact since you come back. You weren't punished. Nobody's trying to bury you. You know what I'm saying? You were just given the opportunity to come back and go to work, right? So with that, it leads to this big match because after whooping Corey's ass, it's only appropriate that you step in the ring with him. You get to step in the ring with the All Star Kid Corey Flash for Halloween. A great match. Could have been a little bit more, but it was outstanding. Wasn't the biggest fan of you ending it with the spear, but then when I realized the other guy that's signing your other checks, it's pretty obvious why you use that spear. But it's all right. You got
He
the
seemed to
job
like
done.
it.
You said what now?
I said Shen seemed to like it.
Of course he does. Of course he does. But and don't even get me started on that MPW invasion. But you don't went ahead and whoop Corey ass, and then you also beat him in the match. You get a big victory over a former world heavyweight champion and the original, uh, uh, um, besides certain other people in JTV, our beloved No Kills and King Leo, King Size, and others, Chris Saver. There had not been a lot of people from that time. A little after that time came the All Star Kid and Low Rider, but we're talking about Corey. Corey was the first guy. You know what I mean? And he was the second guy to knock on the door of JTV. Hey, let me in, you know. And I gave him a shot. Old school SVR days. Tag teaming with Sean Storm. Don't get me started. Corey's been hardcore champion, world tag team champion, world heavyweight champion. He was total champion, I believe. Um, and the sky's the limit. But you beat him on TV. Spear his ass 1, 2, 3. What significance does that match hold to you? And what do you have to say about the All Star Kid, Corey Flash?
It was a great honor to beat his ass, a former world champion. But you also got to understand he's getting up there in age. It was the perfect time to beat the shit out of him, prove how an old fart like him shouldn't be a part of JTV and he should be in the back, giving people popcorn or something. That's what he should do. But that's not me to
Damn,
say.
damn. I need a rematch. Rage in a cage or something. MMA something. That man, damn. The war's not over. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, man, the American Nightmare, Corey Flash, that man's gonna do something big real soon. He gonna get y'all back. I'm telling you, he's planning something. You know what I mean? He can't count on Maverick because Maverick don't come to work, but he gonna figure something out real soon. You know what I mean? Oh, I can't say that on there. Well, it's the
Well, we're
city of
here.
invention.
We ain't going anywhere. We're taking over everything. MPW, JTV, Mega Rush, Next Gen, it don't matter. We're going to take over everything.
Well, how
There's
did you
nothing.
feel? How did you feel taking over MPW when y'all went over there? Because from my understanding, when I signed the contract and I went over there, you know, I saw that road rat Malcolm Berry and shit in the backstage area. I seen some talented people. I met with Devin. We had different business meetings with Ray, and I signed on a dotted line with the I Love MPW shirt, and I wear it every show now. And then I start hearing these rumors. You know, I'm hearing Amber Rocks is coming over. I'm hearing they're talking to Ryan Seal. I'm hearing they're negotiating with Mark Bennett and Colin Klein. You know, it's like TNA in 2010 with Flair and Sting and everybody showing up. So I'm thinking it's hot over here, amigo. This is what this business is all about, Jack. And then I hear this other rumor. Oh, you know, what about BKS? What about BKS coming over? Like, man, MPW does not need BKS. MPW is good on his own and much better with JTV talent on it. But BKS is cancer. And even the Plague of Impact himself realized that a long time ago. That's why I had no choice but to accept my fate. And my fate was to get my ass annihilated. I got wrecked in half. BKS taught me a lesson of life, and Mr. Amazing taught me a lesson of life, and I moved past it. And I realized what's important in this business. And what's important is not destroying the house that you built and the house that you live in. And BKS had always been filth. That's why anybody that's ever been in BKS never made it, because the plague itself, the disease itself, was deteriorating all of us. It was like riding the Titanic in the Pacific Ocean. We ain't going nowhere but down, if you understand what I'm saying. So that's all that was. All right. It was a death sentence to be in BKS. This is like death row. Look at what happened to Pac. Look at what happened to Suge. All these people done paid the price for what happened. You know what I mean? And your day's coming, Skinner, if you choose to continue. And I'm telling you, it's coming because I realized it, and that's why I got out. And I know that dark forces within BKS would love nothing more than to have me right there working alongside BKS to continue to take over this promotion. But I realize that's not important. The talent is what's important. And I refuse to allow BKS to destroy JTV. Those two brands, those are brands we're talking about. BKS and JTV are two brands. All right. We're not forgetting about Freak Show and the Skull Brotherhood and the Seals and the Iron Misfits. We're not. But at the same time, or direct deposit, we're not forgetting about nobody. But at the same time, you got to understand the threat that I say that with an emphasis, the threat, because I'm from an era full of attitude. The threat that BKS has posed to the pro wrestling circuit is very, very real. I would equate it to that of an asteroid coming to Earth and we don't know about it. BKS cannot be trusted. I don't understand how you don't see that. They did it to me. What makes you think they won't do it to you? You talk about changing games. Your game is going to change at some point in time if you don't bring me that goddamn briefcase. But that's besides the point. Maybe we could sit down and have some Reese's Pieces and relax and make some peace with each other. You know what I mean? But nonetheless, BKS coming over was a rumor until finally I'm at my job over there. I'm trying to do my best to do commentary. And what do I know? You guys show up. It's Axel the Outsider. It's the Game Changer, John Skinner. It's Dallas Gold Shit. And of course, it's the JTV World Heavyweight Champion, the head honcho himself, Shender, the current head honcho. Come on now. BKS taking over. They don't. Ocean haven't seen the shit, but if he did, he'd be screaming. They're gonna mess around and play a video of Barry on the screen talking some nonsense and shit. Next thing you know, they come out to bully this kid, and even you threaten to throw an apple at him. Come on now.
All I'm gonna say is Barry's rent is due. That's all I'm gonna say.
Professional wrestling, CAW is healthy with us around. BKS, I don't know. Is it about BKS or is it about Shendon remaining the world heavyweight champion? I wonder. You know what I mean? And a lot of you guys are just taking money from him, listening, following, obeying, and willing to do anything he sends you to do, vandalizing. It's like Charles Bronson in Death Wish. That's how y'all make me feel. A bunch of gang members, and I just got to clean the shit up. I'm trying to be a nice guy. I'm getting ready to stop now, but I'm trying to be a nice guy, and I'm encouraging you. And now I'm starting to think I know why Keith Ocean left the pro wrestling circuit, because he didn't want to deal with y'all monkey asses and all the politics that was going on with the BKS. So I
Him,
guess I
him
put two
leaving
and
is the
two
greatest
together.
choice of his life.
Look, let me do something very, very interesting right now that's going to break ratings for this show. Are you ready? I'm gonna ask a question that is not on my script. I'm gonna break my script, and I'm gonna ask a question that I am not supposed to ask, but I am gonna ask this question, and I'm gonna ask this question to you, Keith Ocean. This is gonna be one of the most controversial questions I've ever asked on City of Impact. Ocean, are you there? This is part of the plan, isn't it, Skinner? This is part of the Skull Brotherhood BKS plan, huh? I bet, right? Now y'all took his mic off, right? Now y'all silenced his mic. Y'all not gonna silence me. You can't stop me from talking. You can't cut my mic off. You could cut his mic off, but you're not gonna cut mine off. All right. I'm starting to see. And as I get ready to wrap up the show soon enough, because I think I'm out of damn questions as is. It's time to talk about the Royal Rumble before we take this show home. It's time to talk about the WWE. So this is when y'all can bring them views back up, sweetheart. Tell your friends we talking about the Royal Rumble now. We're talking about the WWE, the landscape. It's really where we come from if you think about it. You know what I mean? So I got the Bleacher Report, article, and this shouldn't take too long because we had 4 matches for the Royal Rumble. 4 matches for a pay-per-view. That's fucking insane. But it's the Royal Rumble. The Royal Rumble takes time. So 4 matches at the Royal Rumble, it's all right. It works. You know what I mean? I've been having arguments with people. Different people have different opinions, whatnot, But when it comes to a pay-per-view, I personally think that you need at least 8 matches for a normal pay-per-view. That's just me. For some particular reason, it used to be that way, and now it seems like 5 matches is too long of a show. I don't know why that is. Typical wrestling shows used to be about 6 matches standard, 7 on a holiday. And when I say holiday, I don't mean during the holidays. I mean on the day when they want to be giving. Okay, so for the WWE to be pushing 4 matches per shows now, and it ain't got nothing to do with the Royal Rumble because this is happening on Netflix and all over. For it to be 4 matches is just I feel like that what Keith Ocean was saying earlier, they're really taking meat off your steak before serving it, and they're giving you nothing but bone. They're giving you scraps with just 4 matches. I think it's comedic. I think it's embarrassing. I think it makes the company look just lazy. But I mean, head honcho Triple H is running the game. So that's just his style of play. He tends to follow Vince McMahon's playbook. That hasn't changed. I'm not saying he's not doing positive things. He's doing good things, very good things, but his style is just the same ever since he came in. And that's the reason why I'm going to take another break from it. I'll probably watch some of the Netflix here and there for the next couple of weeks, but I have zero plan of following everything they're doing. I'll probably come back around for WrestleMania. Probably not. I'm actually not going to watch WrestleMania. I'm gonna pass on that.
I
but
haven't been watching wrestling like that.
I'm gonna pass on WrestleMania right now, unless they can give me something that gives me reason to watch. Right now, they don't have anything that I think it's WrestleMania material.
Mhm.
I'm gonna get to Jey Uso. I am not shitting on him. I'll explain. Um, and this is a conversation between us three, so any of y'all could jump in into whatever I'm saying, and I'll try to look at the comments of whatever anybody's saying. I'll look back because I'm pretty sure the elephant in the room has got a few pains to yell at me. This is my opinion. This is my perspective. I am not um, inputting that this is JTV as a whole's opinion. That I speak for any of you. All of y'all got your own mind, your own voices. Um, 4 matches per show is comedy. That's fucking lazy and garbage. It is trash. Okay. If we're talking about reviving professional wrestling or the WWE, excuse me, professional wrestling has never been dead. WWE revive. If we're trying to do that, this is exactly how not to do that. This is how you backtrack, you downgrade by having 4 matches per show. The fact that Triple H brought the show to Netflix, Raw, and presented 4 matches, same with Saturday Night's Main Event, is just so irresponsible and lazy. You can feel however you want about it. Cancel me. I don't give a damn. I think it's trash. I think it's fucking garbage, and that's only my opinion. Um, I don't have too much to say about the Netflix with that. I'm just moving along into the Royal Rumble. Um, the Royal Rumble kicked off with Stephanie McMahon coming out. I am not a big fan of that at all. I don't understand why she needs to be on TV. That was a waste of time, in my opinion. I don't care about Stephanie McMahon anymore. Stephanie McMahon has always been and still is worthless. She don't have nothing to offer that company. When she was there, she was doing shit with the kids and whatnot, but it was all really to make the company look good. She don't give a damn about that, just like she didn't give a damn about Triple H's relationship with China. She's a home wrecker, and that's something she's been paying for. That's why shit is happening to her family like that, because she's paying for her sins of what she did. I don't respect her like I used to. I recognize her legacy. Stephanie McMahon was a part of my childhood. You know what I mean? So of course I'm gonna hold Stephanie in high regards to the extent of the just the love for that nostalgia. But Stephanie McMahon, much like Triple H, both of them are fucking cancer. Both of them. It's always been that way. If you weren't watching wrestling in the '90s, what the hell do you know? You're not gonna know shit. All you know is Triple H from Ruthless Aggression and DX, and he's a good guy because that's what they've told you on TV. You know what I mean? But my issues with Stephanie, if you're wondering, stems from the fact that she home wrecked Triple H's relationship. China, Stephanie home wrecked Triple H's relationship with China, and that's terrible as is. It's backstage politics, but it definitely makes them worthless pieces of shit. Triple H still is, always has been, always will be a guy who politics. His heart attack humbled him. Um, I have, thought for him having a heart attack. I don't laugh at that, but at the same time, it's something that happened to him, and he had done a lot of shit to a lot of people. He held a lot of talent back, buried a lot of people for a lot of years, and you wonder why I don't respect them. Triple H and Stephanie to me is a laughing face emoji. A loud laughing face emoji is Triple H and Stephanie, and the fact that they're still in charge of the WWE is comedy. That's like Ricochet running AEW to me. That's what that equates to. Or Tony Khan. Tony Khan is a fucking joke at AEW. You know what I mean? I don't even want to give a mention like that. I don't even want to give him 8 views on here. Shit. So this is my soapbox right now. Shout out to Scott Gross. And it was really a down. It was a minus to have Stephanie come out for the Royal Rumble. We're talking about something important. You know what I mean? And you bring out Stephanie McMahon. If you're going to do that, you might as well have Brock Lesnar there with Vince McMahon win the fucking Royal Rumble. You know what I mean? So I just think that it's a negative. It's a negative thing to do from the WWE, TKO, whatever you want to call them. You know, and I don't. Triple H is not the guy that needs to be in charge, and we know that by now because we've seen the time and time again how he keeps failing at it. He's successful making money. Triple H is a money guy. He's a businessman. Um, that's great, but the WWE is not about money. The WWE is about characters. The WWE is about quality. It's about professional wrestling matches. It's about doing the right thing because doing the right thing eventually is what's going to keep that company alive and bring you more generations. As opposed to you going, oh well, I think Charlotte winning the Women's Royal Rumble, it's great, and it's big money, and if they can bring Brock Lesnar back, they'll do it in a heartbeat. It's just impossible to do right now. Because look at what they did with Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan went and pulled the Billy Ray Dog and then found himself coming right back a year later. It wasn't until then that now everybody wants to come after him. But the reality is that everybody's racist. Everybody's racist. You're going to sit there and try to judge Hollywood Hogan when everybody talks shit. You mean to tell me your entire life you never be like, oh, you Chinese piece of shit, you black bastard, you white bitch. Like, come on, man. Everybody has said some shit. Hulk Hogan was buddy to buddy with Mr. T in the 80s. He was smoking cigars with Dennis Rodman in the locker room. I didn't see him pushing away from him. We need to understand exactly what a racist person actually is, as opposed to saying somebody's racist because they dropped the hard R. There was somebody that used to be in JTV, that used to talk mad shit and say shit close to that. Not racist because it wouldn't be fucking allowed here, but close to that. People got sensitive and then they wanted to try to cry to me, when all he was doing was just talking some shit and having fun. Keith Ocean got in trouble one time too with some people for just speaking his mind and being himself. And people want to try to pull some shit. It's ridiculous. Y'all can hear me? Is Keith Ocean here today? Is my
I
mic on?
can.
Did they take us off the air yet? Um,
Yeah.
so it's interesting to me. It's just very interesting because it's like they're doing shit to kill the company. They're doing a lot to bring the company back, but they're doing a lot of shit that to me just does not make any fucking sense. Stephanie McMahon opening the Royal Rumble made no sense at all to me from any standpoint. I don't care who she is. She shouldn't be on TV. You could stay at home. You could stay in the crowd like Nikki Bella and just wave. Nah, but they had to just put her put Nikki Bella in the damn match. Don't play with me. What else happened? I don't know. The women's match, the women's Royal Rumble. The women's Royal Rumble kicks off the show. I'm hyped. I'm excited because, you got what? You got 4 matches, and I'm thinking to myself, the guys' match has to close because if it opens, this shit is not gonna make no sense. Last year they did it to me. They caught me off guard. I don't know what the hell's in the sky flying around blinking, but that shit got 2 lights together. That is not a helicopter. It might be. It might be. That's some terrifying shit. But anyways, um, hopefully it's not another plane about to go down. But
UFO.
oh, shots fired again. Oh, um, the women's match goes on. EO was in there. They had a lot of talented women in that match. They had so many women in that match that could have won that match and could have been presented as one of the new stars going into this WrestleMania. Um, great debut for Jordan Grace. She looked amazing. She was killing it in that match. You know, what's her name? I just said her name. Shit. EO Sky was in there killing it. Bailey came out, did some stuff in the ring. You had a lot of great women. Trish Stratus coming back was massive. It was huge to have Trish Stratus come out of nowhere. And like they just kept doing a whole bunch of good stuff in there. And then it just started going downhill because then they started doing shit that made no sense. I mean, they was doing the type of shit where like Nikki Bella was still in the ring and somebody like Trish Stratus had already been eliminated. I don't get that. That completely swept me off my feet. a lot of hype built into it. Disappointment with Nikki Bella coming out number 30. I just don't get that. I don't understand why is she on TV. Um, I would have understood if she would have came back as like a manager or something like that. But Jesus Christ, this company just continues to flush itself down the fucking toilet. And I try. I really try to give them a chance time and time again, but it's like they keep doing the same shit. And I'm tired of it. I'm tired of getting caught. That's why a lot of people just don't bother no more.
That's why I don't
So
really watch wrestling all
yeah,
that much.
yeah, the Nikki Bella thing was fucking trash. And then Charlotte comes out, and then everybody's speculating what's gonna happen. I didn't think Charlotte was gonna win at all because I told myself there's no way that they would do that at this point. They got momentum. There is no way that Triple H's creative team is going to fuck this up and pick Charlotte. When is Roxanne going to win? Roxanne is going to win. There's nobody else in the ring. And when she kicked Roxanne off the apron and won, it was hard. It was very hard to watch the rest of the show. And it was so hard that the Motor City Machine Guns went against DIY after that in an excellent tag team match, one of the greatest tag team matches of all time. And it was hard for me to enjoy it, man, because of how they killed the mood. I was mad hyped for the Royal Rumble and it just died. I'm like, damn, I'm trying to find excitement. But it was hard because in what mind, like who in their right mind creatively thought having Charlotte Flair win again for no reason was a good idea? On top of the fact that she's out there looking like a Las Vegas crack whore, you know what I mean? She looks so thin that it looks like if she'd hit a moonsault, she'd break her back. And yes, she's out there winning compared to your Jordan Grace who've been on the road for many years, compared to all these talented women. Charlotte is not talented like that. Charlotte was great once upon a time. All Charlotte ever did was she was agile and she could work. You know what I mean? And she was all right. She was trash, and then she was all right for a little bit. And then as time went on, she just got lazy and by mistake, WWE and her together accidentally exposed her. And they exposed her that she's bad at promos and that she's fucking dog doo-doo in the ring. Charlotte didn't have it anymore. The Charlotte that we knew that was taking on Becky Lynch and all this shit, that shit was gone. That shit doesn't exist anymore. Now she be doing weird shit. She could barely catch people when slamming them. Like it's a hazard for the WWE to try to trust her and Nikki Bella in the ring. And for them to give the green light to put them in the ring, and even Nia Jax, who's dangerous, but Nia Jax has gotten better. It's crazy to me that Nia Jax got better in the ring and it's more entertaining than Charlotte Flair. That blows my mind. It blows my mind that she got edgier on promos and was doing her shit. She's fucking trash now, don't get me wrong. Nia Jax is falling off now a bit, but she was doing good for a while. And she took over for Charlotte. Charlotte has not been good since like 2017. She's been horrible. Horrible, horrible, horrible. Boring, bland, and nothing more than ripping off her pops. And then the problem is they hand her all this shit when she didn't earn none of that shit. And she's not the right person for all of that. Who cares if she's Ric Flair's daughter? You got to have the talent. Ric Flair had the talent in the ring. Charlotte does not have the talent anymore. Ric Flair can talk on the mic. Charlotte does not talk on the mic. She don't know how to talk. You know what I mean? And then you keep pushing this and pushing this. Roxanne could have won the Royal Rumble. She wasn't my pick, but she could have won the Royal Rumble, and instantly we could have started building towards something new. Granted, I wouldn't say she's the right person to have won the Royal Rumble. And if she would have won the Royal Rumble, to be fair to Charlotte, it would have been it wouldn't have been as marquee. Charlotte is more marquee than Roxanne because of her name brand value. But Charlotte Flair is Michael Jordan with no skills. The name sells. You know what I mean? And the name sells because they shove her down everybody's throat. You have smart fans, and then you have fans that don't even know who Jushin Thunder Liger or Steve Blackman is. You know what I mean? It's not the same thing. And and fans from the WWE universe, not WWE fans, they just gonna eat it up, and say, "Oh, this is the greatest thing ever." There's people that live on this planet, believe it or not, who think who like the fact that Charlotte won and are in favor of it. They think it's great, and it's fucking crazy. After all the titles she has that don't mean nothing, by the way. None of her titles reign mean nothing. None of her title reigns, not even her first title reign, it don't mean shit in WWE. And yet she's out here getting forced down everybody's throat. You know what I mean? So that's who they picked. She wins the Royal Rumble. The shit was garbage. The match was great. Now she's going to WrestleMania, and I'm not watching it. I'll pass on that, buddy. But yeah, I mean, she's going to go to WrestleMania, and she's either going to put somebody over, or she's just going to win the title back for no reason. It's just pointless. It's fucking dumb. It's dumb. You know what I mean? So that match was over. We went on to an excellent 10 out of 10 tag team match with the Motor City Machine Guns and DIY. I felt like they saved the show with that match. After that, they was all over the place and they were working. I've seen the Motor City Machine Guns in person. They are outstanding talent. I like to believe both of them can be world champion individually, but I don't believe that. I think they're excellent as tag team. They definitely got to win those tag team titles a few times. They are in excellent, phenomenal shape, whether they're in their 40s or 50 years old, however old they are, and they're just moving really good for their age. Not a lot of people their age can move like that, so they are in phenomenal shape, and they're starting to make noise because they were quiet for a bit, but from what I've been seeing, they've been doing on SmackDown and everything, and at the Royal Rumble, outstanding. Outstanding. And even DIY, I thought fell off for a little bit, but they've been coming back. They had a presence at the Royal Rumble. Those tag team titles is the best looking title in WWE right now. No title in WWE right now, with exception to the Gold Eagle replica, looks better than the new tag team titles that DIY has. That's the best looking title in WWE right now. And they had an excellent match. It was great. First match was great, but it bombed with the finish. And then you go on to the WWE Championship match. Cody Rhodes and Kevin Owens went at it. It was very interesting, in my opinion, because Cody Rhodes and Kevin Owens' first meeting was bland and generic. And a lot of people started hating on Cody because they just don't know how to accept baby faces anymore. They like bad guys. And Cody wasn't necessarily, he wasn't, what's the word I'm looking for? Cody wasn't necessarily instructed. You can still hear me, Skin Man? Cody Rhodes was not necessarily, he wasn't instructed to the right things he has to do. Back in the 1980s, Vince McMahon didn't need to tell a lot of things to Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan was in his own world and his own character and brought Hulkamania to life. Excellent work. You brought this character to life and you made everybody believe. But you got to remember, in the 80s, you had a lot of villains and you had a lot of other fire-ass top stars. You know what I mean? So Hulk Hogan had a lot of people to play with. Jake the Snake Roberts, Andre the Giant, Jimmy Snuka, Macho Man Randy Savage, Ted DiBiase. List goes on and on. Ultimate Warrior. He could work with a lot of people on TV. It's like JTV. But in WWE, and a good friend of mine made a good point, after the Roman Reigns match, that's it. There was no way that Cody was going to do anything else, because after that, it was just like he wasn't going to have anybody interesting for him to go against. And the way Triple H's creative team works is they don't try to do fire shit. They try to just do business. Doing business and doing fire shit is not the same thing. What's the difference? Doing fire shit would have been bringing back a legend or something to face Cody at Backlash or something like that. You know what I mean? That's fire. Doing business is, oh, who are we trying to elevate that we could put him against in a program for the belt to try to elevate them, but they don't really, it doesn't really matter if they have charisma or not. We're just booking whoever. That's where that came in. Kevin Owens, he has his good days and he has his bad days. And I love Kevin Owens. He's good and he's fucking garbage at the same time. It's balanced. Sometimes it's better, sometimes it's worse. That encounter, that time, in my opinion, I just thought it was shit. They try to hype it. They try to have Kevin Owens. I don't know if that's at the same time, so excuse me if I'm getting it wrong. But they had Kevin Owens spike Randy Orton, whatever. You know, people screaming. They're like, "Oh, this is crazy." I'm just like, okay. You know, and it's just like a whole bunch of typical weekly SmackDown bland, basic creative writing has viewers every week going, "Yo, this is the greatest thing I've ever seen." And people like me who know better going, I mean, I'm not watching that. Why would I watch that when I can go watch dogs, you know, being funny on YouTube? You know what I mean? So that's just how I looked at that, and that's how I spent my time. So the backlash stuff they did, I thought was bad. I think the match may have been good. I can't say anything about the match. I think the build was horrible. Nothing interesting about it, and I think that was the beginning of Cody's downfall. After that, it was just a lot of bland, a lot of basic stuff. They're not doing nothing interesting with Cody, but Cody tried to have interesting TV. And yes, they did try some things because they had a face off at some point with him and CM Punk and shit like that, which I really like. I like that. I have to give them credit. The stuff he did with Seth Rollins, I thought was very good. Um, and, you know, but it was all headed downhill because Cody went stale. And the problem I have with Cody is he went from being the American Nightmare to just being a corporate stooge. You know what I mean? And that's what I think why people have a problem with him now, that he's just like a yes man. You know what I mean? That's why they don't like him. But the thing about Cody that I think protects him is that Cody's nice. He's talented and he could talk and he's got the look and he's got the energy. So even though he's just mechanically being operated now, he protects himself and he's good as world champion because the way he carries himself and he knows how to do business. And he's a traditionalist. You know what I mean? From the great ruthless aggression era. You know what I mean? So I think Cody's fine. You know, I think it's almost time for him to lose the title. But I think he's fine right now where he's headed. I think he can hold it to WrestleMania, and then hopefully he doesn't drop it to Charlotte or Nikki Bella. But you know, Cody Rhodes comes out with Kevin Owens. They had an excellent promo video package for the match. It went very, very good. I got hyped. I've witnessed other people getting hyped over it, and they go out, and I'm thinking this match is going to have me on my phone. Nope. They went out and they had what I would equate to like match of the night, and it was match of the night. It was the match of the night. Was that match? They absolutely killed it. Normally, I want the Royal Rumble match to go on last and the title match to go on first. This year, I wish the world title match would have went on last. I wish, because it would have saved the pay-per-view for what's left of it. They had an incredible match. They beat the shit out of each other. They was all over the place. They slowed down a little bit, which made the match a little bland, but it was okay because they was building towards the hour match, the 45 minutes, whatever it was. So to me, the match was amazing. It was one for the books. That match and the tag team match saved the show because the first match almost completely put the whole company out of business. The ending, that is. And then you go to the main event. The Royal Rumble match itself. I'm over here having all these high expectations for this match. At the same time, I'm nervous. I'm concerned. I'm thinking, yo, oh man, I don't know about this. And I'm waiting for them to fuck something up. And then I started feeling good because they decide to bring out Rey Mysterio. Rey Mysterio comes out. I don't know if it was Chris Conscience or who said it, but somebody started hyping up with me the idea of I think it was me. Pentagon coming out second. And yo, imagine if Pentagon comes out second. Pentagon came out second. Now you have this uh dream match from Lucha Underground coming over to uh WWE, and they got Pentagon against Rey Mysterio. Now, there's a lot of fans who don't like the high flyers. They don't like the luchadors. They be making fun of motherfuckers like Axiom, who is phenomenal talent, better talent than Charlotte Flair and some of these other people that are on the mainstream wrestling. Absolutely better talent, and they just treat him like he's a cruiserweight in like '02 or something. You know, like he's Tajiri or Komodo or Sakamura, or one of them. You know what I mean? So it pisses me off. You know what I mean? But and don't get me started on Nakamura, you know, but they start the Royal Rumble like they're trying to make the planet shake, in my opinion. Rey Mysterio and Pentagon opening the Royal Rumble. You're just asking for attention at this point. That's what you're asking for with a match like that, you know. And then they had K-Sanat and I Show Speed streaming the shit, and they're worldwide, and they're doing all this stuff, getting attention, you know. Which I Show Speed is that dude, and we'll get to him. But and I'm sorry if I missed anybody from the Women's Rumble. I apologize, but this match is going on. They're going at it. It is a dream match for me. They're killing the shit. Shit is dope. I can't believe Rey Mysterio's working, you know, Pentagon. I might have to go back to the women's. Yeah, let me go back to the women's real quick before we close the show out. Io Sky came out first. She was working with Liv Morgan. What caught my attention? Roxanne was in the match for a long time. Credit to her. She was killing it. She did a phenomenal job. She should have won the match and went on to WrestleMania. Lyra Valkyria been getting some hate lately. It's weird because they was loving her when I was hating her, and now that I'm loving her, they're hating her. It's interesting. I thought she did a good job. I think she's been doing a great job lately, stepping up, doing her shit. She's the Intercontinental Champion. I think that women having a U.S. and Intercontinental Championship is comedy. I think it's a joke. They should have had their own brand new titles that has nothing to do with the guys, and stuff like that. So I don't like those titles at all. And for them to copy the guys' version too, not a big fan. That's lazy. That's terrible. That's shit. Trash. But her as the Intercontinental Champion is outstanding. You know, she's been doing her shit. She's been having great television matches. She's not all there. WWE hyped her like she was the shit. She wasn't the shit when they hyped her. Now is when she's proven herself. You know what I mean? Now is when she's doing her shit. I want to highlight B-Fab, who stepped into the ring. Listen, B-Fab, up to my understanding, was a manager for the longest time. Okay? So for me to see B-Fab stepping in the ring doing her thing, outstanding, man. Outstanding. Big kudos to B-Fab doing her thing. Chelsea Green, don't get me started. One of the most biggest underrated talent of all time. Fuck Charlotte Flair. Chelsea Green needs to main event WrestleMania. You know what I mean? That's how I look. That's how much credit I give to Chelsea Green. Outstanding champion. Happy. And the WWE creative team is doing a phenomenal job with her as United States champion because they're selling it. They're selling the character. And that's something that we would see back in the 2000s and back in them days. You know what I mean? I'll give it to 2010. After that, they weren't doing nothing no more. Zoe Starks, phenomenal talent. I thought she looked really, really good in there with the Pure Fusion Collective. They took over. They were dominating. This is a great team. They look good together. They're holding it down. They need to try to implement a woman's. This is me spitting fire. This is me spitting fire. We need to get rid of the lazy, corny, trash ass U.S. and Intercontinental Women's title. We got to get rid of that, scratch that, and we need to introduce the first ever WWE Women's Trio Championship. And we need to have the Pure Fusion Collective be the ship that takes us there. And we need to give the opportunity for I like Shayna Baszler. She's a fucking killer. She's good. She's the what do you call it? The armor or whatever. The higher the I can't remember the word. You know, we need to have um Sonya Deville on the mic. She is edgy. She is controversial. She speaks her mind and she talks shit. If they had that and they got nice trios titles and was doing their shit, things could work out. And they could be a huge faction in the women's division doing their thing and not being afraid to take out guys. And they were doing it. They were doing it for a bit. I don't know if they still doing it on SmackDown or NXT. I don't know, but they were doing shit for a little bit and they was making some progress. They're not there yet. I can't say that they're fired, but they can be fired if the machine gets behind them and stop putting Charlotte Flair on TV. Stop putting Charlotte Flair on TV. Stop doing that. Focus on the talent that you have. You don't need Charlotte Flair. Why is she back? Why is she here? I don't understand that. I don't understand that. That's like us changing this WrestleMania and we just take like Hulk Hogan or some shit, you know, and just put him in the main event for no reason and let him win the world title, which would be dope. But at the same time, it's pointless to the other fans, not the fans, the other talent that need that airtime. You know what I mean? So it's frustrating. It's frustrating. It's very frustrating. But yeah, that if they did their shit, they can get somewhere. Moving forward, though, Last Legend, man, round of applause to Last Legend. Last Legend was in there kicking ass and taking names. I seen some of her highlights on NXT. Phenomenal, looking good, killing shit. I didn't know what to expect from her. I thought she was just gonna ride coattails and stay behind. No, she's not. She's stepping up to the game. She's doing her shit, and she is right now where Bianca Belair started at, while she was starting to do her thing and get her money and Sasha Banks. You know what I mean? That's where, in my opinion, Last Legend is at right now. So she's doing her shit for sure, for sure. Bianca Belair looked strong in the Royal Rumble, outstanding. She was killing it, looked great. Maxine Dupree was all right. She came out, did a couple things, got thrown out. That was creatively done the right way. Naomi came out, rocked the house, did a great job. Jada Parker was looking good in there. She killed it. Big fan of Piper Niven coming out. Tremendous talent. She came out, did her thing with all the other girls, held shit down, did some spots. Phenomenal. Phenomenal, phenomenal. And I give her respect because she's not forced. You know what I mean? She's paying her dues, trying to make it to the top, and it makes me want to see her as world champion. Now I can't wait for when the time comes when it's her versus Chelsea. That shit is going to be fire just because of how she's been directed as a talent. You know what I mean? So, and that's the thing about talent. You have to let them struggle. Keith Ocean was here. We talked about how he struggled for a bit and then he turned it around in JTV and started winning, became a champion. You know what I mean? Made a name for himself. That shit is important. And Piper Niven, unlike Charlotte Flair and all of them, she paid her dues. She's paying her dues doing her shit. That's what this business is about, folks. Please stop supporting garbage. Okay, stop giving credit to people that is mid, people that's not stars, people that is just about the money. Stop doing that. Stop supporting Nikki Bella and them. Turn the show off when you see them. Unsubscribe. Whatever you got to do. That shit is trash. Give respect to Piper Niven. Give respect to Gail Kim, who started the original Women's Revolution in 2005. She was in a battle royal. She had a problem with that women were being showcased the right way. So she left the battle royal during a live Raw. Don't play with me. Don't play with me. Gail Kim, a real pioneer, a real GOAT, should be in the fucking Hall of Fame right now. But instead, we got the Bella twins. Comedy. Moving on. Natalia, I thought, had a good showing. She's very underrated. She should be, I think Natalia should be main eventing WrestleMania this year with Chelsea Green. I mean, if they ever go to Calgary, I think it'll be a good way to bring in Bret Hart. And it can be massive because Natalia is traditional wrestling. And she's definitely one of the pioneers, but she's underrated and overlooked because fans don't really go with her style. Her style really comes off as not star material. And I see it. So I understand it from the typical chump WWE Universe fans' perspective, but I also understand that she's a part of the Hart Foundation, Hart family. Natalia's been champion. Natalia has been holding it up for years. Natalia looks amazing. Natalia is in her prime. She could have won the Royal Rumble. Why would Charlotte win? It doesn't make sense to me. But Jordan Grace looked phenomenal. She was killing it. I don't got too much to say about Meeching. She was all right. Alexa Bliss coming back was amazing. She needed more time in the ring. She needed more focus. I feel like it wasn't enough. It was all right. I'm not expecting for them to do anything interesting with her. She needs to be with the Wyatt Six. Let's see what's going to happen. I probably won't be watching to find out. Selena Vega, outstanding talent, another main event star, huge name. Not a big fan of her going away from the LWO. Having a hard time understanding why they can't just stick together and have Andrade with them. But that's the deal. I guess she's probably going to be with him, or they're building a program for her to go after the world title. Now, I'm not going to lie about something. What they did with her confronting, I don't know if it was Roxanne or who was it that she confronted. She confronted somebody, and it was building like she's going to be women's champion. Big fan of that. Very big fan. So I am interested in seeing what they're going to do with her. So that's interesting. Candice LeRae, I don't know what's going on. There's a problem going on with Candice LeRae, and they have to figure it out fast, because Candice LeRae is becoming a nobody. She is a nobody right now. I have a problem with that because I know how talented Candice LeRae is, but I'll be the first to tell you I don't want to watch Candice LeRae on TV anymore. I think she could just stay at home, and she needs to just reinvent herself. I would have her with Johnny Gargano and have him be with DIY in the faction. Triple H and them, for some reason, they just don't let people, girlfriends or whatever, be with them in the faction. I don't understand why they don't do that. It's common sense. She should be with them. That's Johnny Gargano's wife. Why is she not with DIY? Don't understand. But Stephanie Valkyrie did a fantastic job, at the Royal Rumble. I love the little post-match sign of respect, bowing she had with Io Sky. Great stuff. She's definitely represented all Latinos in the culture. You know what I mean? And by the way, I forgot to tell y'all, happy Black History Month to all of y'all. Trish Stratus, I already said what I said about her. Raquel Rodriguez, I thought was all right. Past Charlotte Flair. Julia was all right. Nia Jax was all right. Nikki Bella could go fuck herself. All right, and on to the main event. On to the main event draw as we close out. We got a few minutes here. We're about to close out the show. Rey Mysterio and Penta were killing it. Chad Gable looked amazing. Excitement when he joined the match, while Penta and Rey Mysterio were in the ring. Carmelo Hayes came out. Nothing important, nothing special. They didn't do nothing with him. Santos Escobar was all right. He did decent in the match. I don't remember too much of Otis. Braun Breaker was absolutely killing it. He did a phenomenal job. I love the spot where Akira Tosawa got taken out, and then they put I Show Speed. Don't like Triple H, but I like the fact that it was done the way it was done. Speed comes out to the ring. He had a phenomenal entrance, a great pop. He got in the ring. He took two bumps, and he took a spear from Braun Breaker, and then he got tossed over the table, and he had pieces of his skin. If you didn't know, pieces of the back of the leg of his skin missing, and that's because wrestling is fake. So that happened. I thought that was phenomenal, fantastic, killed it. You know what I mean? Good job with that. Sheamus looked great. Jimmy Uso was all right. Andrade was all right. Jacob Fatu had a lot of dream matches, teasing with a bunch of people. That was dope. You know what I mean? The Miz came in, did his thing. Ludwig was all right. He didn't do nothing crazy. I expected more with Joe Hendry. They didn't do, he could have confronted Cena or whatever. I heard somebody say something about that. Would have been dope. Maybe they're saving it for WrestleMania. Who knows? But they could have did more with Joe Hendry. So that was a letdown. Roman Reigns comes out. The whole arena goes crazy. Outstanding. Drew McIntyre comes out. They're doing good stuff in the ring. Finn Balor comes out. Now the match is getting interesting. Shinsuke Nakamura comes out. They're killing it, because Shinsuke Nakamura is a top world champion caliber superstar. Same as Jushin Thunder Liger. Great Muda, Tiger Mask, you know what I mean? Any one of his predecessors, all of them are world champion caliber material talent. But this generation, the last generation, obviously didn't think so. So that's unfortunate. You know what I mean? Nakamura was poorly used in this match. He did a little bit of this, little bit of that, and he was thrown over the top rope. Not a big fan of it. Horrible creative production that time. Moving on, Jay Uso comes out, place is going crazy. AJ Styles, Braun Strowman, Cena comes out, blah, blah, blah. CM Punk comes out, Seth comes out, Dominic comes out, Sammy comes out, Damian comes out, and LA Knight comes out. By the time LA Knight comes out, it's all right. It's okay. And then it's building and building and building. Who's number 30? The excitement builds. Who could it be? Could it be Hollywood Hogan? You know what I mean? Who could it be? And then they bring out Logan Paul. They brought Logan Paul out as number 30, and it's just like it's one of those things where it's like if you thought the Women's Rumble was bad with Nikki Bella coming out number 30, it's just like Logan Paul comes out and it's the whole gotcha again, bitch. It almost feels like Vince McMahon was backstage when Logan Paul came out because it's like how, why, you know what I mean? Why? He could have came out number 3 and you could have gotten over with. And they're going to bring him out number 30, and it was just like, didn't get it. The only business formula I understand is that you had Jay Uso in there. They wanted him to work with a couple people. Maybe Logan Paul was a guy that has the speed they needed at that point in time during the match. I understand all that from a business standpoint, but from a creative standpoint, that shit don't make no sense at all. Zero. Okay. So it was terrible. The men's rumble went good. The only thing that made sense creatively in that rumble was for CM Punk to win. Why? CM Punk is getting old. You don't know what can happen. This should have been CM Punk's year. He should have went to Mania and won the title to say, I did it. You know what I mean? But they had Jey Uso win. And don't get me wrong, I'm happy Jey Uso won. That's my boy. Yeet. But the problem is that, I mean, he needed to win the Royal Rumble after Gunter beat his ass for the title. You know what I mean? He needed to win the Royal Rumble. So what happened was done. But it was just like out of everybody that was in there, including Punk, it was just such a it felt like such an empty feeling. You know what I mean? It's almost like you being in a WWE draft, and instead of you being able to draft Stone Cold Steve Austin, you draft Eva Marie. You know what I mean? And all the respects to Jey Uso, I love Jey Uso, but the thing is, it's just like it just didn't feel right. It's all. It just don't feel right. That's all. Over CM Punk, it just didn't make sense to me. And the way CM Punk was in there and then thrown out, it was just like that shit was garbage. It was bad. So the Royal Rumble match started off good and it got better. And then they just destroyed it towards the end of the match. It was terrible. And it was not really a very, very great pay-per-view, but you had 2 good matches and you had very good moments. And I had no interest in watching Jey Uso win the title at WrestleMania. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't care about it. I'll be happy when he does though. And I definitely have no interest in watching Charlotte do anything on TV. And the fact that Nikki Bella is back, that's going to be hard for me to put Raw on tomorrow. That's for sure. So, speaking of Raw, that being said, we are here ready to wrap the show up. Is anybody in the studio or am I by myself? God damn it. I think everybody got in their car and left. So,
I'm here, but
oh,
I think
Santa's
I have
still
to
here.
get off. I'll probably have to get
Okay.
off soon because we got,
I'm closing the show out right now, sweetheart. I'm hungry. So, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning into this episode of City of Impact. I'd like to thank my guests, Keith Ocean and John Skinner, for
great
being on
being here.
tonight's show. And I'm looking forward to episode 7 of City of Impact. I'm going to try to see if I can get the Seal family to come on here and talk with y'all for episode 7. That's who's on my list of who I'm going to bring. Try to bring. If not, there'll be others. But I want to thank y'all for being on the show, and I want to thank everybody that tuned in, that watched this, that made this episode possible. And I'm very, very happy that as dangerous as this podcast could be, was going to be, it went good. It went well. So I'm happy. So thank y'all for tuning in. Smash the like button. And on behalf of everybody else, this is Kevin Impact for Johnny Gomez and Nick Diamond saying good fight, good night. And if you can, top that.